Yeah, it's like a good amount of cold air in now, but I'm a bit of a cold sissy, so. Everyone else probably thinks it's just right.
Well, we were going down the day. It was so hot in here. And you know it's hot in here. I'm never hot. Did y'all get woken up by that thunderstorm that came through in the wee hours in the morning?
I didn't even know.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Boom! Now it's raining. Aren't bad enough. So you didn't have to pick up my car last night, did you?
No.
What a bummer. Thank you, Cindy. My backpack's black, everything's black. I was just in here and. Morning. Maybe you didn't pick up my car play last night, did you? No. Do you remember what I was doing last night? I had my laptop, but not my car. Uh-oh. I thought, you vaguely remember, was my record up?
Yes, I do vaguely remember that over there, and then you went over here to talk to somebody, but you didn't have it by the time you
I
sat down.
never opened my desk to go to dinner. And it's not like I got something out of my bag, I didn't.
Thank you.
I think it's such a name takes. We're only doing 2 name takes.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, I need decided to be environmentally sound. Okay, I didn't leave it plugged into that.
No, and I picked this up from somebody.
It's up there.
Let's see if that was.
I do.
That's why I see
I
it.
looked through your stuff, Alex, and it all made sense, but I think until you try it,
Yeah,
It was sick, right? No,
there's always little crunches here and there.
yeah, I know. You know, when somebody starts echoing really badly.
I don't care. It was back here.
Have you tried other solutions for this kind of thing? Compared to,
Not personally, I don't use anything like that. Can't really a strict solution.
they all have their work.
Yeah, I got it. Administered it, BTC, I can just encrypt it, so.
Oh, not at all. I was fine. It always reminds me that.
Use the service quite a bit here. It's just a service and you schedule something and it's only link.
So fun, guys. You were actually talking about.
Well, but you know, never administered that either. Yeah. And I've never been on the board.
Yeah.
All habits are hard to
adjust.
Yeah.
Now it's.
It's not very simple here.
But not, if you look how much other technology advances over here,
Yeah.
it's way not, way lagging.
Great guy. So.
You get a little
It's black. It's like travel with black backpack, black.
Start feeling great.
Sure, you wrote yourself with black.
Listen to it.
Airplane.
I can't find my phone, that's quiet. That's for sure.
Black thing on a black surface, it's a dark airplane.
Hey, Joe. Great.
Joe, how are you? Jim.
Can't help you.
I need to follow up.
Oh, yeah, I'm here today.
See that?
I brought my camera.
Hey, Jim.
The weather's terrible to go outside. When they sit down, nobody's got PCs, so really.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, he told me he was taking it.
I offered to share Carson about this. And
Yeah. Like what I did last year.
So what do you think, y'all? Should we try anything?
Yeah.
Hey, Jim.
Stay in St. George. Yeah, that's what we do. Call it the Marriott. Okay.
Okay.
You were just about to head out.
Nice. Okay. This every year.
Yeah. And when,
Hi there.
We saved it for you.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you.
Morning. How are you doing? Thanks for coming down. Oh, nice to meet you.
Yeah, 2,000.
Yeah, but everything else has a strip.
I've been stuck there for a while.
I had a 5-hour layover at the airport. So,
LA.
yeah,
LA.
it's brutal.
No, I think these guys are.
Derek's gonna,
All the miles I walked through, most of them, just to,
oh, that's okay, let's,
it,
see if we have any new event show. I'll keep that in mind.
Hello, Mark.
No, I probably do it.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. I was on the back row here.
They have a chat with no one.
I would hand it here.
Lightning talks. I didn't mean to.
Oh, no, you, or you can just catch it.
I don't need power as much as that.
you don't have to.
You know, it's not. Just drink water.
So you're good to go?
I sent my email.
Yeah.
Oh, and how many you give it?
Where'd you find the machine at your watch?
Then you take all the time you want. When I get done, when you get done, I'll just,
Oh, we're.
All right.
You guys had to go there.
It's like the parents and. Otherwise, yeah. Oh, yeah. Find the salt lake. Is there any other political barrier out of St. Louis?
Yeah.
Can't look this up.
I've seen the Blue Angels there, but I
Why
didn't
did you
hear
say
it.
you're going to?
No, I just.
No, I don't know. It's
Some
Well,
shares.
no, that's-
Yeah, that's a commercial aspect to
It's, it's a couple of, this is actually.
Well, I understand.
It's the kind of.
That's the evaluation state. Where'd you guys go? Did you go to the Brown place? or no?
So it's started at 17.
So we saw us that day. So did you get one? Because I looked on the time. Next day.
18 inches of snow.
Oh, yeah, no, ice cream.
Oh, you sure?
No.
Tangy gun.
Oh, that's right. I did it.
I think you got it.
Why?
Yeah, for 24 hours.
Oh,
So when you open it.
Yeah, that was-
And then after not spending
Got
it,
down.
it's excellent. This
What time do you go out today?
I got one. I was gonna leave it right at the sun.
Yeah, it's middle was nice.
Check out.
It's still.
And then so.
I gotta go.
So we might have to-
Yeah, it's still good.
All right, so she's-
Yeah.
Oh, everyone's.
Let's see.
Two years.
Yeah, because,
Yeah, so we end up.
That once they start up, yours, that one too. You can find where the last round is.
that girl.
That was Sunday, but in the they don't have Uber. You can take a Uber to there.
I always find it odd.
There's one.
We're gonna take a cat.
Yeah, but-
Yeah, the, person's been in the youth.
Yeah, well.
Actually, very sad.
Oh, that's it.
Who?
I got it, like.
I would take it.
I didn't talk to.
All right.
Here's the university.
Actually, use the Uber with them.
Yeah, they got a couple. They got
They were really.
Yeah, they were.
Did you log up for that?
Yeah, good email.
Busy.
Thank you, Steve.
I.
And Johnson. She does work. She does.
I mean, it's a 2 hour ride today, but fly around the country, get back to the school.
Johnson. Did I get
No,
There you go. He's a chef.
I tried never tried to.
Oh, yeah.
I know that.
Yeah, I guess they're there for Christmas. I don't know why. They aren't. Let's just get there are others. Hey, Brian, you didn't pick up my car. You didn't pick up my car last night.
I didn't expect to be this cold in Tucson, huh? It's really cold. For us. For us.
Well,
It's all that.
yeah.
Nobody has
You know,
to fight.
And then it's
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're just commissioning, we're just testing it. Just on that same tower. Yeah, we were actually sitting on our microwave site, or they want to do the initial design of the microwave site to the east of us. There was no taco place in the south, middle nowhere. And there was a Class C invitation, $100. But because there's no grid tower out there, we have to bring it back. We just finished around December.
Yeah, we were watching that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, our station probably comes to about Fruitland, just about Fruitland now, but it's only 6 kilowatts. So, I mean, the microwave, we're doing the microwave system, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, you didn't feel.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what.
Yeah.
So it's paid.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Look at it, trying to get back out. We drove it. Yeah, so we're looking at what was it? So, looks like it's straight there, it's going down, but hopefully it's really it seems like it's machine that we did it.
Yes.
Good. Some stuff. What's that? Yeah, well, I'm looking at we've been trying to work with someone to get some well, so a lot of it. Their subscribers and we're trying to for now, because right now we're actually in a phase where we're looking at channel spaces on our old airfield. We're looking at channel spaces that needs to seem to increase the channel size. We're working on that. An RFP specifications. So right now, someone engineering team. Good.
Yeah.
How are you? Good. All right. He was
Great. So I'm morning, look cold. How are you today?
We're doing
Look good, looks like you leaned up. What have you done to yourself?
So,
We're good.
we're, let's just,
Very good.
emailing us versus.
No, it's so very
He's like,
How are you? All right.
Oh, the one that's. Well, so last summer, when I volunteered,
All right, thanks, Joe.
The challenge.
And there's a lot of positive.
Yeah, I see what you guys did.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like we're all kind of the same place. Chats. I'm doing it. We'll see where we end.
Are you? Was you tough day?
You had the.
They have.
4 hours.
Yeah, you can. No.
All right. What's that? Close. Came in yesterday was a ball to take for his work. Last night. Classes started.
They were coming off.
Yeah, this was kind of. Like to be there.
It might be holding. That's how we feel. A lot of things.
She's a very talented she must be our class president. How are you?
In the front.
Yes, it is.
Did you get your ready?
That's the apparently right website.
Yeah, so.
Welcome to this. So I walked over here. West Western over. Are you? The Delaware and Stone?
So you're okay
Yeah.
doing your usual.
Yeah. So that was about a mile and a half long. Do you like No, I've got changed her. She's been here. The ranch. She's, I went borrowing that. She had a coworker that was in a real bad car accident on Thanksgiving. And, he is just now back to work. Him and his wife are both in wheelchairs with 2 broken legs and shoulders and lead. And she's been driving through back to work kind of near us. So yeah. She's right. Yeah, right. Not a chance. You know what I did? I had my usual last minute disaster as I was walking in the door here. But I fixed several more just simply looking at the tires. So I'll have to get some. Yes. We need to do it.
That's how I know.
Hey, yeah.
Might be like. So, yeah, like.
You see, I vetoed my presentation.
That's all right. That's typical Western.
Well, if you, yeah.
Been working on it, but it's just funny how until it's coming, there's all these things that obviously.
Sure.
Yeah, so what?
Yeah, it is. Did that save it? That's how it should
You got that, replacement. And it went in before everything, that was the problem.
What are you?
That's a good follow-up there.
Well, I know it's.
You can't trust it too much. And it stays
It seemed to me
So we they reported that.
well, so every other team will send a power strip. Next one yesterday.
I can get one of the power strips.
Right.
Yeah, so I did it.
So we'll just give Alex his three-way back.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm surprised that left.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Yes. Thanks, Karen. Appreciate it. Well, I know the process, but I have no idea.
Yeah. Every other kid. I don't know what.
Well, because I think,
I see it all on the bus.
so when you get your tank again. So we make you. We charge you for your primary. So you give your keyboard, you have a tank. But we charge you, we draw one. 10 gigs.
That's why you were excited.
Yeah, we do that through Microsoft. They're one of the build titles, yes.
I'm not. I'm not sure how we're going. I love
Yeah. Technology already. Yeah. That's, oh. Yeah. Wow. It's all right. I just said, we don't have a mic today, and then you walked in with a mic.
You knew.
Well,
I heard you coming.
made my day.
Say we wouldn't even drink beer. I gained, you lost. We walked a long ways for that. Stay in here. Yeah, no, oh, yeah. You're around the same thing.
You might be waiting a while.
So good morning. Let's go ahead and get started here. For those of you who don't know me, who haven't been involved in either of the previous 2 days, my name is Derek Masseth. I'm the Deputy CIO here at the University of Arizona. And I'm happy to welcome you to what is otherwise sunny Tucson, Arizona. Unfortunately, you're here on one of our 8 days of rain annually, and so for that we apologize. I hear it might clear up a little bit this afternoon. We can see the beautiful Arizona sunshine, but anyway, so welcome to Westnet 2016. Happy to have you here at the University of Arizona. Couple of notes of logistics. We do broadcast the Eduroam SSID, so those of you that have that, it should be working. I will say that we had a few people unable to connect, and if that's the case, we would certainly like to hear about that. If you typically use Eduroam and it's not working on our campus, we want to know about that. For logistical purposes, when you need the restroom, if you just go out here to the corridor, turn left or right at the end near the stairwells, the very ends is the restrooms. This one is closest, certainly. And let's see what else. Well, I think that's probably about it. Let's go ahead. There's a lot of new faces in the room today for the Westnet event. Let's go ahead and start with another round of introductions. So you all know me, Derek Masseth. And let's start here.
Alex Shaw from Noah.
James Sesek, Colorado State University.
Greg Renner, Colorado State University.
Go ahead. Keith Dahl, Colorado Community College System.
Brad Stark, University of Northern Colorado.
Chad Burn, University of Denver.
Scott Bailey, Colorado State University.
Jeff Begley, Utah Education Network. Kevin Dunn, Utah Education Network.
Matt McLamry of Fort Lewis College.
Jason Arviso, Navajo Technical University.
Jared Rubel, Navajo Technical University.
Derek, Brigham Young University. Bob Morrison from the University of Wyoming.
Steve Pullman, Idaho State University.
Tony Lufgren, Idaho State University.
Mark Norville, Idaho State University.
Max Davis Johnson, Boise State College.
Megan Sorensen from Idaho State University.
P.S. at Mill County, Mexico State University.
Barry Bryson, UETN.
Easy for him to say. Jim Stewart, UEN. And team.
Trevor Long, University of Utah. Matt Craig, New Mexico State University.
Alan Fox, Dixie State University. Michael Sherman, Sun Corridor Network.
Matt O'Brien, Boise State.
Eric Hawley, Utah State University.
Colin Randall, Colorado School of Mines.
I'm Marla Beal with NCAR, the French Gigabub.
Brandon Navas, University of Arizona.
Ryan Dyckman, University of Arizona.
Ryan McDevitt, Boise State.
Brian Jeans, University of Idaho.
Michelle Bennett, Brigham Young University.
Kelly McDonald, Kelly C. McDonald University.
Thomas Hauser, University of Colorado.
Joe Green, University of Utah.
Very good. Well, again, welcome. If there's anything my team or I can do to make your stay or your time here more pleasant, let us know. And so, without further ado, I suppose we'll jump into our first presentation with Marla.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a lot today.
Thanks.
Sure.
So a couple just thank yous from me. Thank you to Derek and his team for hosting us here at the University of Arizona. This is not without pain to have to actually come us here. So Derek has been great, and he kind of got thrown into this. Michelle agreed to do this for us a year ago, and then Michelle's relocated to Rutgers. So thank you very much. And Debbie Caton, who is not here, but she does a lot with us too, all the logistics in the meeting room and find my power supply and those kind of things. So thank you. And Alex has gallantly agreed to do the video conferencing for this, and that is also not without pain and agony. And so thank you very much to Alex for doing this, not just this time, but for previous times. So I'm sure he's looking for volunteers to, he did write up instructions, so somebody else can do this. So thank you, Alex. And there is a Westnet steering committee that helps put these agendas together, and there are also many of you who volunteered to speak, so thank you to all of you. And I know not only is it not sunny here, but you may want to say hi to your New Mexico and northern, southern Colorado friends. The weather is sort of closing in. I think there's a number of people who are thinking they made bowls early to try and beat snow north of here and east of here. So Matt and the Navajo Tech people are thinking that they may get out of here before the weather gets any worse. So it's El Nino. You know, we could have had my husband here give you a spiel about the biggest El Ninos. He's giving a talk in another group. So if you're more interested in climate, you can go over there and hear about the climate hiatus. And so Jim and I do this this fun talk every 6 months. So I'll kind of fly through here. Most of you are pretty familiar with this. As I said, I'm with the University Corporation for Atmospheric Research. That's a not-for-profit organization that manages the National Center for Atmospheric Research. I manage all the networking for NCAR and UCAR. We're overhead funded, but I also manage the Front Range Gigapop and the Bi-State Optical Network. And I'm also doing the RMC MOA project right now, so which then led into the WINS project. So you'll get to hear all about a number of those things. So here's the set of acronyms if you forget what we're talking about. The Front Range Gigapop, the link is up there. Jeff Custard and I kind of co-manage that, and we've recently updated the FRGP one pager if you want to go hear about the history and the scope of the Front Range Gigapop in total. But there was some discussion recently with NSF yesterday about the CSU Lander project. We work very closely with the researchers at CSU, and that's been a very positive experience. And not only do we work with them on Lander, but we also have been working with them on their named domain name. UCAR actually is letting them get into the CMIP data, which is a way to search for climate data based on name. Perf Sonar, we've continued to expand that and continue to work on both the Quilt and a smaller FRGP dashboard for the Perf Sonar. If you don't have Perf Sonar, you aren't using Perf Sonar, I highly recommend you look into that. It's a very powerful tool to look at performance. There's a great community out there that's working on Perf Sonar. And so if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me or a number of other entities there. Alex also uses Perf Sonar. I think most of the universities who have NSF CCIEs got Perf Sonars. So those are very valuable tools. We are at 30 participants for the Front Range Gigapop. We've recently expanded to CU Colorado Springs, Colorado College, and CSU Pueblo. And they're all actually active now at 10 gig on Bison. And in fact, we're about to expand to an additional 10 gig to CSU Pueblo based on a CCDNI that they just got. Jeffco School District is a large school district in Colorado. They happen to be physically very close to School of Mines. And so we were able to leverage some fiber optics from CDOT that School of Mines has access to and connect them into a path into Golden. We're working on making that a full ring. And so they are pending activation because they are a little nervous about coming up on a single path. So we're 2 splices away to try and get that path in place. We have been in recent discussions with the USGS, which again has some offices on the campus of the School of Mines, but then they also have some offices in the Federal Center. And there's been quite an entertaining exchange because apparently the people in the Federal Center aren't actually talking to the people in the campus. So we got contacted from both sides and they aren't actually talking to others. And so Jeff Custer always points out that our job is really just to get other people communicating. So we've got them talking to each other. So it's looking fairly hopeful that we'll be able to get them connected. We've actually, Colin probably knows this, but we've been talking to USGS for possibly 10 years trying to get them connected. So some of these we work on for a long time. SHPC is an overarching organization in Colorado It actually has what most people are more familiar with is WICHE, which is the Western, I don't know the acronym for higher education, it's the Western Consortium. And so they are literally 2 buildings away from us on our Center Green facility. You would think that would be easy to get connected. It's quite difficult because of various right-of-ways, and we think we have a path with the City of Boulder, so we're working on getting that building connected in. In our world, and I think in a number of your worlds, certainly the Quilt is looking at this. Co-location is a big issue. We have 3 co-location facilities in Denver that make up the Frontage Gigapop. One is at 910 15th, one is at 1850 Pearl, which is a level 3 co-location facility, and one is at 1200 Larimer, which is a University of Colorado facility, which is our nicest facility because they provide that to us free and quite reliably. Pearl, because it's a level 3 facility, is fairly easy and fairly straightforward. 910 is a telco hotel. We're having some serious issues with level 3. That's where we are right now. And we actually have a contract rolling. And so we're in sort of a scramble to decide whether we're going to stay in the co-location that is level 3 co-location or whether we're going to relocate. We're being a bit pressured. NOAA is putting a trusted internet connection into Denver to have redundancy. And so they'd like to put that in 910 15th, and so they have an April uptime, and everything, I don't know how your world's going, but everything takes a long time. So it's taking a really long time to get level 3. It would be much easier for us to actually stay in the level 3 space, not have to move our racks. So yesterday they promised me pricing, and I didn't get pricing yesterday. So we're close. It looks like we may be able to do level 3 and just stay with them, which would make life easier. We are splicing some CDOT fiber in, the golden fiber in, to actually bring it into that location and tie that golden ring in. So that's in process, and we've got all the pieces in place. So we just have to get the splices done. And we are negotiating. We had a very long and arduous negotiation. Level 3 was not honoring an ICG contract that had very cheap, I will admit, it was very cheap co-location, very cheap cross connects. But we compromised on they would give us 3 more cross connects for the duration of the contract. So those kind of things take a lot of my time. We are seeing continued steady growth for all of our traffic, peering, commodity, internet too. And we did complete a 10 gig Metropolitan Optical Ethernet into 1850 Pearl because we are continuing to use a lot of CenturyLink Metropolitan Ethernet for backup links for people. For example, School of Mines uses Mo, and I think CCCS uses Mo as their backup. So peering, we've continued to expand our peering. I think, again, Jim will probably talk about this, and Joe was talking about this the other day. Peering is a pretty valuable activity, and we all are continuing to grow that. We did upgrade our Google connection to a 2x10 from a 1x10. We're already close to using all of that. Comcast, we're moving to a 10 gig connection, but we have had very dismal and unsuccessful communications with Comcast. DU, we tried to leverage. Chad successfully got full Comcast peering on his campus, but they aren't going to open that up, I don't think, to all of us. I thought we could just send all of our traffic through DU, but they're kind of frustrating. They, of course, want people to buy traffic. They don't want them to peer. Transit Rail CPS, if you're not familiar, is an I2 service that actually rolled out of a scenic service. And that is a great service, and we use a lot of that traffic. We have Akamai caching, which, again, we use very, very extensively. And Netflix is heavily utilized by hopefully just the universities, not NCAR and NOAA. But and we actually have a local exchange, which sounds more similar to what Utah's doing, which is CoreSite Any2. And they've actually put Microsoft behind them. So we actually just expanded to a 2x10 with them because we were actually seeing a lot of our Microsoft traffic going there. And if you remember a couple of years ago, we had a conversation here about could we build a Westnet, either Comcast or CenturyLink peering. And I did reach out to CenturyLink, and they have zero interest in talking to us. So we are going to abandon that. And we're always open to other peering opportunities, looking at other peering opportunities. There is a new exchange that's supposed to go into Denver, and we have talked to Frontage Gigapop about that. We're kind of waiting to see if it goes into place and whether that is actually something we want to use. Macintosh. So if I just double click, how do I actually hit a link? Yeah.
That's a good question.
Just have to click harder than me. Oh, this isn't my computer.
Get rid of the green bar across the top.
I don't know how to get rid of it, unfortunately.
All right, maybe we won't look at any stats. Okay, how do I get back to where it was?
You can do it for GP Mountain.
I usually have to type. Mountains. So we do keep statistics on all of our participants, and what we look at is 95th percentiles in for about 24 hours and for the month, and we try and look at whether they're staying within their paths that they have, their ports they have. We did make a fairly major change, actually a pretty major change to our charging algorithm this year. We had noticed that there was less and less actually commodity traffic that was being used, and we had a kind of onerous, every time somebody wanted to raise or lower their commodity rate limit, you know, they had to email us, which was not a big deal, and then we change it, and then the charging algorithm, we had to charge them differently. And John Hernandez, who's always thinking outside the box, said, you know, there's less and less of this. It's really the port size. Why are we still charging based on commodity? And so we talked to the Frontage Gigapop, we gave some estimates, and we decided to just drop that algorithm altogether. So we only charge on port size now. So actually our statistics have gotten simpler because now we don't look at the commodity port statistics. And so that was actually a very positive change from our perspective.
Go back to the presentation.
Yes. It doesn't like that.
Sorry.
Maybe I'll just stay here. These two are on computers. Well, and I'm not going to, after that ordeal, these statistics will be in the presentation. What you will see is that all of our traffic is going up, and there's a continuous trend line. Jeff has been keeping a very nice set of ongoing statistics for the quilt. And so we see a continuous pattern of things going up. But what you also are seeing is the percent of traffic of commodity is continuously decreasing. So we're seeing more and more peering, more and more internet too, and more caching. And so commodity is quite interesting. So we tell new participants who come into the FRGP, generally at least 50% of your traffic will come off of commodity services and go on to other kind of gigapop services. So that's usually a big advantage. And we pride ourselves on weird algorithms. So the bi-state optical network, if you're actually connected to the fiber optic network, you can be a full participant, a half participant, or in some cases you can be a sixth participant. And so we base that on whether you're a full ring attached or whether you're partial ring attached. In the case of the southern schools, they're actually sharing a 10 gig pipe in, and so we treat them as a half a participant, but they only pay a third each. So, so we have been able to expand. NREL is the National Renewable Energy Lab, and again, they are located in Golden, and so we were able to leverage that CDOT fiber and build some spurs in. And they are attached, they're active, but we are hoping when the ring's in place, they'll put a second 10 gig connection in. Again, as I said, CSU Pueblo, Colorado College, and CUCS are up. Internet 2 is building a similar network to N-Wave and ESNet with USDA. And so they're putting up a private Lambda-based network for USDA research. And USDA research is actually located on CSU Fort Collins campus. And so we were able to work with CSU and use some campus fiber and then get them connected to Bison. It is a bit of an unusual relationship because in this case, where we have a direct relationship with NOAA, I2 is actually the contract holder for USDA. USDA didn't want to get into the contract negotiation, which has thrown my contract people for a bit of a loop, but that's going well and they're active. I'm not really aware, and I don't know if you guys are, how many other sites they've connected internet to USDA.
They're talking about half a dozen or so, and I'm guessing that they're pretty close to completing that, but I've not heard either.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm aware of the Colorado, but not others. And we did start a conversation with USDA because there's other facilities on the Fort Collins campus about just connecting all of the USDA to the Front Range Gigapop, but I think that's kind of stalled for a while, and it's always a bit frustrating for me when I see entities that would benefit from connecting to the Far East Gigapop that don't. As I said, Jefferson County School District, School of Mines, we're just waiting for the ring so that they can come up on a full ring access. University of Wyoming, State of Wyoming, upgraded to 100 gig. They got a CCDNI, and we're able to put a 100 gig connection in. So they're our first 100 gig in the Far East Gigapop, and they very generously helped fund bringing the links up at the Far East Gigapop to 100 gig to WRN, which was very nice. And then CUUIS, we're in discussions with them. They're the University Information Systems, and they, I'm sure you guys see this all the time. We can watch it from the outside and chuckle, but they were in Boulder. They were connected to the Boulder Research and Administration Network, had great connectivity, everything was fine. Someone decided to move them to Denver. They had pretty poor connectivity, and now somebody's decided to move them back to Boulder, put them back on campus, so they'll have really good fiber optic connectivity. So anyways, we're just reconnecting them. And then we did a fairly large, ADVA's our wave division multiplexing vendor, and we did a large R7 upgrade. So we're actually at state of the art for the moment. And so that's allowing us to do these 100 gig connections and do multiple feeds out of certain devices. And as I said, our colo is expiring, so are our IRUs. So for those of you not familiar with fiber, IRUs are indefeasible rights of use. They're basically long-term ownership leases. Usually they're 10 to 20 years. In my case, this was the first IRU I negotiated, and for some unknown reason, Bob Brenner, who was working at ICG at the time, and I negotiated a 7-year IRU with an option to renew for 7 years. So it's a very bizarre 14-year IRU. In the process, Level 3 bought ICG, and so it's now an ICG contract, and there's some fairly unique paths that we would like to keep. So we have talked to Zayo. They have similar paths. They don't have exactly the same paths, and it's a significant increase, not as bad as actually I thought it was going to be, but it's a significant increase to go to Zayo. So we are actually asking Level 3, again, it would be much simpler to stay with Level 3, to get us pricing. They have actually gotten me initial pricing, which looks quite good, but there's a couple paths missing, so I need them to finish those up. And then I think odds are we'll hopefully stay with Level 3. I've asked for a 10-year with an option to renew for 10 years, so we'll see if they let us do that. The fiber companies are getting a little tighter about how long they'll let you have their fiber. And then CDOT, we do have a good relationship with them, and I'm actually, you may be surprised, I have drafted a master service agreement. There was a discussion with CDOT about maybe rolling in the CSU and CU Boulder and School of Mines contracts under a single master contract that UCAR would manage, just to make it a little simpler for CDOT. And then there are some other paths we're interested in that then could go in under that master service agreement. So that's a big project for me. That has got to get done before those contracts roll out. So Internet 2, a number of you met with Dave Lambert on Monday at the CIO meeting, and so he's given you somewhat of an update. I am the co-chair for the diversity initiative, which I'll talk a little bit about more later, but we have continued to work. We continue to fund women to attend both the Global Summit and the joint TEX meetings, whatever it's called now, TEX something. And so that's been a continuous positive. There will be a survey coming out. We have continued to work with NCWIT on that. And so that's an ongoing activity for me. Marla, James and I, James Deaton from Quilt, on paper are still the co-chairs for the I2 and network connector calls, but I haven't been actually consulted in recent history, so I'm not sure that's really going on. And then Dave did mention this innovation platform that I2, they hired a new VP, Florence Hudson, and she's been working on end-to-end trust and security, distributed big data and analytics and Internet of Things. That seems to have been, there are updates that come, I don't know if anybody else is monitoring more closely, and Jim, I don't know what you're paying attention on Quilt, but I think there are some Quilt people on these panels, and the idea was that they would report back, but it's been relatively quiet as far as I can tell from that. And then while we are coming back, I like Arizona so much that Internet 2 is hosting a meeting at the end of January that's looking at the future strategy meeting. And this is talking to the regional optical networks about the future of the network, future funding, what do we all think that is going to change in the regionals that might impact I2, and what's I2 going to do that's going to impact the regionals. and what is the community going to need through 2023. So I don't know, Scott, maybe that's something we could talk about in the what are you doing about, or if there's any input you have for me. Jim, I don't know, are you going to that meeting?
I'm sorry, I haven't heard about it. What days?
I think it's the 26th and 27th, maybe. Yeah, 26th and 27th. We should talk.
I'll be going a different direction.
Okay.
I'm going to be in Bryce Canyon for.
That sounds good. Anyways, if you have any particular feelings or input about the direction I2 should be going, or the direction the regional should be going, or how we should be working differently with I2, please let me know. I have not read Jeff's notes. There was a call yesterday about the future kind of direction of funds and pricing, and so I need to look through that. I think there is an expectation that the costs will go up to I2 in the next couple of years. So I assume they'll be talking to the universities, because I think the level 1, 2, 3 memberships are planned to go up. And as I said, we have a lot of interest in CDOT. There's a path up US 36. They're doing a HOV lane in dismay. They are not putting light rail up, which is what I thought they should have done, but they're putting a really nice HOV lane up. And so in the process, they put fiber up. That's a really nice path to Denver. And US 93 is another path to Golden. So we're really quite interested in that, because that would actually provide us some really nice backups for Golden getting out, but us also getting to Denver through Golden. So we're talking to them, and Zayo actually provided me pricing for that 93 path as well. We are still watching Southern Colorado. There's some CDOT work there. We are still working at a kind of vague level with CDOT on a higher ed fiber map. And then, as I said, we're trying to complete the Golden Ring. And as I said, I'm working on this master service agreement. WRN is the Western Regional Network. There's a technical committee, a policy committee. We do actually have calls scheduled on a regular basis monthly. We really basically meet as needed. We have been able to upgrade WRN to 100 gig this year. And so the ports in LA, Seattle, and Chicago are all 100 gig. The Denver to Seattle and Denver to Albuquerque links have been upgraded to 100 gig using Sienna Optics. And Albuquerque to LA is pending. I just talked to Dave Reese. They're very close. They've got the final piece of hardware. That's actually going to be a trans-telco fiber path that goes from Albuquerque into LA. And so we're lighting that with our own optics. And then Denver to Chicago is up to 100 gig as well. So that's a nice, strong network. And we do continue to look at future sharing for commodity and aggregation. We already share level 3 service, so it saves us all money. But we have actually talked about trying to expand that out into potentially TSIC and CenturyLink. And then Pacific Wave is an international exchange point that's run by CNIC and the Pacific Northwest Gigapop. And they basically formally broadened that out to include the Front Range Gigapop. So if you notice, this is the Front Range Gigapop sticking in here. And so it includes Albuquerque. So basically we can now, if we choose to do dedicated VLANs all the way across the whole Pacific Wave infrastructure. For example, if NOAA was doing research with somebody in Japan, they could put up dedicated VLANs in order to do that all the way across the WRN infrastructure into the Pacific Wave infrastructure. So Quilt, they continue to grow as well. They're now at 46 members, 36 participants from regionals, and 10 affiliates. So it's gotten quite large, and their meetings have gotten bigger. They've continued to work with DC, which I find useful because I don't pay that much attention to what's going on in DC, but they've met with the FCC. They've also met with NTIA and NSF. And so they come back to us. They also pay a consultant to provide sort of updates on federal regulations that might impact the regionals. And they did co-locate, Jen talked about this yesterday, with ESNet and the NSF PI meeting in the fall in Austin. And actually that was quite a well-attended meeting, and I think it was quite valuable. For me, it happened to work out nicely because I'm a PI right now, and I think Scott, you attended, and some other people attended that got to benefit from both the Quilt and the PI being together. So I think that was a valuable combination, and most likely they'll continue to do that in the future. And then there is a Quilt Facilities Future Group, because as I said, not only are we dealing with the problem of IRUs expiring, but so is a number of other organizations. So that Facilities Group is looking at co-location, IRU negotiations, how to work on those better together. So, and then there is the Commodity Internet Services that Quilt is continuing to work on, and there'll be another one in 2016. That's a big project, but it keeps the prices down. EagleNet was the BTOP grant in Colorado, and they've continued to function. They've had a few problems. They had Affinity come in to do the network operations. That relationship didn't end particularly well. And so Zayo stepped in an emergency and took over network operations. They just signed a long-term agreement on November 30th for ongoing operations with Zayo. From our perspective, that's nice because it sort of solidifies our relationship with Zayo, and we can kind of work through things with both EagleNet and Zayo. So far, things seem to be going well with them. We do continue to work with EagleNet. We actually have a call with them every couple of weeks just to talk about things and overlap with FRGP, things that would be better if EagleNet handled versus us. We've had some interesting discussions about Zayo opportunities and E-rate. We could potentially funnel some E-rate things through EagleNet instead of through us. We are transitioning EC BOCES from CSU managing to EagleNet. So hopefully that will go smoothly. And we were running some deep production open media through EagleNet, and that they just left their organization, so that was discontinued. As I said, I'm a PI on the Rocky Mountain Cyber Infrastructure Mentoring and Outreach Alliance. We just had our workshop yesterday. That is a proposal with PIs from Pat Burns from Colorado Springs, Thomas Hauser from CU Boulder, and Joe Green from University of Utah, and Michael Giriam from Iron. And that's been a very successful and effective process. I think the workshop really went well yesterday. We hosted a workshop in August in Colorado in conjunction with the RMAC meeting, the Rocky Mountain Advanced Computing Consortium. And again, that was very successful. The agenda's up there with the presentations. If you're interested in Perf Sonar or Globus, those presentations are there as well. We'll have our last workshop most likely this summer in August in conjunction with the RMAC meeting as well. Kevin Thompson actually came from NSF yesterday, and I think he talked to me last night and said he thought it was a really a successful workshop. So I think, congratulations you guys who helped put that together. And as part of that, we did submit this Women in Networking and Supercomputing WINS proposal. And I'm going to talk about that later with Megan, so I won't go into that. But that was also a very successful project. And we're taking credit for a number of successful projects that came out in the region, which really I wrote letters of support for. So I'm sure that was why you got your proposals. But Boise got a couple. School of Mine got a CI engineer. CSU Pueblo got a CCDNI campus extension. New Mexico got one. I did just talk to Jason. The OIN was renewed. We did write a letter for them. Mauna Loa, I'm particularly interested in. It was a CCDNI, and it's to provide networking to an instrument on the top of Mauna Loa. So that's actually moving. They got awarded, so that's a great deal for NCAR and NOAA. University of New Mexico got a couple. University of Wyoming got a CIE. And our one non-success was the DIBS from CU Boulder, but that's because Thomas already had proposals. So anyways, that's been very successful. I'm going to talk about the NWC in a separate presentation. We did move to Google Hangouts and Google Docs. NCAR moved a couple years ago to Google in general. We are still evaluating Google Sites to sort of replace web stuff. It's got some issues that our staff aren't comfortable with. We are still struggling, and I think a number of you are struggling to adhere to FCC DAS regulations for amplifying signals in buildings. And we've got some very unhappy staff who have either had to convert to Verizon, because we did get a rebroadcast agreement from Verizon, so we are rebroadcasting Verizon signals, so you get really great Verizon cellular, but really bad AT&T and T-Mobile. So AT&T just still continues really to refuse to talk to us. We did have a little unstick where they were going to put a signal source in and basically step back from that. So we're still looking at other options. Fabian and my team are looking at some ION solutions and wireless support, and so we're still struggling with that in our struggle. We did move to Aruba Wireless this year. We've got all Aruba access points. I think a number of you, we went out and talked to Westnet about success with Aruba. We are still looking to use Aruba ClearPass for several rules to do certificate authority for us, radius service, and the ClearPass policy manager. So Scott Colburn is leading that for us, and I think we were talking to Matt Smith a bit that you guys are doing some of that, and so we're not completely moved over on that, but we're working on that. UCAR as an organization had an external IT audit. We have to go through a 5-year renewal process with the National Science Foundation. We're under a cooperative agreement with them, and we took some pretty big hits on our IT. Not my part of IT. Networking was actually well reviewed, but mostly our business, finance, IT, we're very antiquated, we're very backwards, paper PRs, paper travel, things that should be automated that aren't. We do a lot of build our own. So it wasn't particularly a positive IT audit. And people kind of went off thinking we were going to hire a CIO, create a CTO position, maybe create a COO. And then they looked at this, pesky price tag that came down with that. And shortly later, the UCAR president left, possibly not totally on his own. And so we are in a search for a president. All of the discussions about CIOs and CTOs have gone into a holding pattern and waiting for a new president to come in and look at this. But in the meantime, there's some operational excellence planning that's going on. And I would say that we're sort of where we were before. So that's my presentation. We'll let Jim go. And we can hold questions for the end. So thanks. Thanks.
Marla, when you said you were simplifying the pricing model, I was confused. But then when you said that there's some comment about a bizarre IRU and priding yourself in, what did you say, crazy algorithms? It wasn't crazy, but then I said, okay, there's the Marla that I know and respect.
We blame all our algorithms on Alex.
Okay. It's good to be here with you in Tucson. This was the scene Monday afternoon with the standing water out here. I was confused about that. I've been coming to Tucson for many years. My father was born in Mammoth, Arizona, which is about 40 miles north of here. It sounds bigger than it is. It's just a little place. I was at a restaurant there on Sunday that I used to go to with my dad, and I was talking to the two waitresses that were there and asking them. It's a family-run business, and they were saying it was great growing up in Mammoth with a lot of ATVs and going out in the desert. And I thought, my dad was born in 1935. I don't think they were doing much of that sort of thing. But it sounds like it's a fun place to live now. Anyway, I noticed a few years back that I was the only one attending Westnet, and we've been trying to increase our support and attendance here at Westnet. So along with myself, we have Barry Bryson, who has been a longtime supporter, but also Jeff, who's been here before, but we're glad to have him back here to Westnet. And new to Westnet is Kevin Dutt. At UEN, we have two project managers for everything that we do, James Brown and Kevin. And we'll talk a little bit more about one of Kevin's big projects from last fall that he thought I was giving him as a punishment, I believe. But it was because of how good of a project manager he is. So we do support the University of Utah's Center for High Performance Computing. We've got Joe here, and Joe, you want to chime in on any of this as we go along, but ask him to give me some ideas about what it means for UEN to support him and his organization. So he provided me with this chart of, there's a total terabits of download per month. And you can see that it's over that 250 is a terabytes mark at times. And also he says that they've got 13 plus data transfer nodes, each ranging from 10 to 40 gigs, and a lot of different tools that they use for that. Yesterday I was talking to Steve Hess, and he asked me what I thought my vision of the Utah Ignite project is. And it really is about collaboration. And as I talked to Joe, he pointed out it's about community building and trying to get these different communities together, education, research, commercial. And I particularly admire that Joe's looking at that beyond even that to how do we get the public involved and what can we do to really expand this and build that community. Of course, that part of that vision is that it's not only the data, it's the processing power and the networking, and that I really like that it gets CHPC outside of the University of Utah and into other parts of the state, because we feel lonely sometimes because UEN goes all around the state. And it's far more than just the University of Utah, although that's an important part of what we do. And it's good to have others at the University of Utah expanding that horizon and looking beyond.
UEN is critical. It provides the fundamental infrastructure for us to be able to move and communicate with all the schools. And the interaction there you can't do without UEN's presence and help both from a people resource as well as the infrastructure itself.
Thanks, Joe. It's interesting too to see how big CHPC is, because I thought originally these numbers that Joe was giving me was for his entire group. This is just for Rob Reese's Flux group. These numbers, 157 projects, 543 users, and then right off of their website, now over 13,000 experiments, which was just about almost 8,000 as of September. So they're continually adding to what they're doing. Also with the Flux group, these are all of the areas that they're involved in. And then I believe these are numbers for more of, or items for more of CHPC, what they're doing. And Joe, do you want to comment on some of these things that you're working on?
It's just that, you know, these are things that I highlighted for Jim because of how CHPC utilizes UEN. Again, UEN is critical to the success of the Flux group and those experiments and Cloud Lab, and to CHPC and how it's moving the data. Experiments, a lot of them are, because Cloud Lab or the Flux group is in 3 locations, Clemson, Wisconsin, and the U of U. And so those experiments take place in each of those individual institutions, as well as going across UEN's backbone on a regular basis. And what we're doing, all those transfers, et cetera, is all leveraging that network backbone for both software-defined network access, as well as just moving large data sets from national labs back and forth. All the collaborations, we have a large number of collaborations, both within the state and without the state, to groups of labs, peer institutions, and we're getting, the researchers get a lot of good articles and grant submissions. And I try to make sure, like all my slides and whatnot, highlights both the university, but UEN as well, because again, this is how we connect, and to make things happen.
Thanks, Joe. Moving on, a big part of what we do every year is an RFP. We have over 1,400 sites. By far, most of those are connected with commercial circuits. And so we've been working on that. It's really an around the year endeavor, although we're right in the middle of the RFP process and evaluating responses right now. So there are responses for circuits, for fiber, and for the internet. As far as circuits go, there really are hundreds of circuits that we're evaluating this year. Most of those are renewals, but there are several or many that are new circuits, mostly because we are adding second gig circuits to a lot of the secondary and some of the elementary schools, which when we started putting gig circuits 13, 14 years ago, I really thought that I'd be able to retire before we would fill up those circuits. And now we're adding 10 gig circuits to district offices, and some schools are actually getting 10 gig circuits also. We have some 100 gig circuits that are our own DWDM. I'll talk about that a little bit later. And so we continue to grow the network, both in terms of number of sites that are connected to us and the capacity to those sites. And I don't really know where this is going to end. It's going to be bigger than I could even envision. It already is bigger than I envisioned when we embarked on this several years ago. The other thing that's really interesting to me on this is that really took my vision of gigabit Ethernet from Bernard Daines and a talk that I heard given by him in 2000. And his vision was gig circuits for $100 a month. We haven't reached that. If you think about it, when we started out in 2001, 2002, a gig circuit was costing between $5,000 and $6,000 a month. I can't disclose what the numbers are this year, but I will say that they will be below $700 a month, including the equipment charges. And then with the E-rate, that really drives our costs down to, it's funny, a few years back, one of our circuits was came in the bid at $2,500 for a gig circuit out to East Carbon in Carbon County. And I thought, $2,500, we won't pay it. We can't pay $2,500 a month. He says, well, Jim, I think it was Barry, somebody said, Jim, do you realize we're paying $3,000 a month for a T1 right now? Okay, let's pay it. I'm convinced. So we're working on that. We're also working on a Four Corners project. It won't actually be our own fiber, but we're trying to figure out how to get fiber into that area. The problems that we have there is these are the high fruit up in the top of the tree, right? These are the last, I don't know, there's fewer than 10 sites that we have down there in that area that are not connected by fiber yet, that we're working on in this project. And we're trying to take advantage of this funding that's available for fiber through the SLD and the FCC the next couple of years, because they are multi-million-dollar bills out to each one of these sites. And if it were just the money, that would be one thing, but they cross Navajo land. And Jeff and I had a fun experience of going down to Shiprock and sitting down with some folks from the Navajo Nation, and they pointed out to us, just as I didn't take this as a friendly blackmail, I just took it as a point of interest, but they said that the Hopis had tried to cross 20 miles of their land and they charged them $1 million just for the rights of way. And they're saying it would probably be a really good thing if we worked with the Navajo Nation, because then we wouldn't have those rights of way problems. But there's a lot of political things going on down there. We've been down and met with Chapter House in Monument Valley. There's a lot of need there. You drive 5 hours from Salt Lake City, and when you get there, there's really not a lot of things there. One of the fun facts that I remember from a grant proposal that we did many years ago is we did some demographic studies where they were saying, where we found out that population in San Juan County, which if it was a state would be about the 41st largest state in and of itself, 1.8 people per square mile. There are also 25 Native American Indian ruins per square mile on average in San Juan County. So there's just some things to think about. So it's a great place, but there's a lot of need down there. And then with the internet, we are heavily reliant on Internet 2's transit and peering services, and the 100 gig circuit that we have there. We use that for a lot of our production needs, which really we had this conversation a little bit with Dave Lambert. I sat next to him after his presentation, was talking to him on Monday. And there's this concern because they're turning this research network into a production network. And we have one connection, and we're quite concerned that we can't do the research activities that we really need to do and compromise the production aspects of that circuit. And so there are issues there. We have 7 additional points of presence on the map, and then we just turned up a point internet pop 10 gig to Weber State in October. We're bursting at or above 50 gigabits of internet traffic. We do have peering at Slicks and at Dixie, and we do have 3 caching servers also that I'll mention in a bit. Here's our weather map. So that shows all those purple boxes are our egress points that we have for internet traffic. A lot of those on the far, let's see, you're looking at left side for the internet too, but then you look, and these 3 here are the caching servers. Everything else is egress points out to commercial internet providers. We do have Slicks. We mentioned that in June, but that continues to be important to us. There are 14 here, but if you look on the website, there's actually 2 additional that have been added since last June. And then we do have Google, Akamai, and Netflix in caching, and we're very reliant. There's a ton of traffic that comes off of that. If you look back here to the weather map, right here shows the total. Troy took a snapshot of this, our operations manager, last night, so it's not big, but it aggregates all of our internet and all of our caching traffic. And the internet traffic alone will go up over 50 gig right now on sustained traffic during the busiest parts.
So are those Slick routes advertised to all of you yet?
Yes, yeah, and so the Slick group is you pay for your connectivity there, and as long as we're happy with your technical capabilities, you can advertise all of your routes there, and we advertise these routes, and we use these as much as possible because there's no settlement to this. So,
but your UEN members can't take advantage of these.
Yes, absolutely.
That's one of the nice things on
and you really probably are already taking advantage of it, because that's how we'll route if we can. This will be our preferred route.
This is a key piece for working with the community as well.
And we want to drive some SDN things into this eventually also. So this is really important to us. Will continue to be important. We also have a Dixie Piers. We're doing something similar in the St. George area. So Barry tells me that our traffic requirements are more than doubling every 12 months, which scares us because we were doubling maybe every 15 to 18 months, and now the needs with cloud computing and with all of the one-to-one computing efforts and to bring your own device and things like that. We know that the network is really crucial, and it continues to be something that people are actively looking at more ways to use it. And one of the things that I've appreciated with Kevin Quire is him using horse wave division multiplexing. So it's really inexpensive, and so some of the fiber IRUs that we have in the metropolitan area around Salt Lake City, we're putting CWDM on those, and so for about $6,000, $7,000, we're able to take one wave, and instead of having 10 gig switch to switch, we're able to take that up to 30 gig switch to switch. It's just a really modest investment, and it's rock solid. We've been doing CWDM in the network for well over 10 years. We'll continue to take advantage of that wherever we can. Our DWDM solution is Sienna. We have nodes from Utah State in the north down to BYU in the south, and we've been working, Barry and Kelly McDonald, with the board's request to really understand the total cost of running DWDM, and so we've got a project that we've been working on there to get information to our board. Utah Valley University is putting in a DWDM node that will go to our downtown data center in Salt Lake City. They have a $500,000 grant that they received, so they'll be putting in a Sienna node that we'll be helping them with, so a 10 gig wave into our backbone, and we're helping them with that engineering, and we will do the operations for them also.
Where's that grant from, Jim?
Was it the really CCIE grants, or the CCNI grant? Yeah. So they've changed the names of it, right?
NSF.
Well, yes, in an irritating fashion, the first ones were CCIIE, and then it was CCDNI, and Kevin was here yesterday and he said there will be another solicitation coming out. He didn't say when it would be named and he didn't say when it would come out, but he said that, somebody said the second quarter of the year, so probably March. They're running late. Normally it would be out by now. So
Yeah, so it's NSF funding, and I think it is. It could be the CAF funding too, the Connect America Fund, but it's one of those two. Policy continues to be a concern. We mentioned this last June, but we've been talking in the quilt again, and there's a group of the CEOs from the regionals that have been meeting with the FCC and others on the E-rate and other policy issues, and they're going to continue to do that. And there's some movement in the CEO community with Pankaj Shah moving from Ohio to learn in Texas, but he's been part of that group. I imagine that he will continue to be part of that group and raise part of that group, and I don't know who else will be part of that, but that's continues to be an important part of what we do and important to UEN. We've been continuing to provide technical and security assessments to districts around the state of Utah. We've also had inquiries from other states for us to provide some of these things, and so we're going to be branching out. We're also this month in Davis County at the Applied Technology College there. They've decided to offer a cybersecurity course, and prior to turning that up, they wanted to make sure that they're secure because they think they'll be attacked once they do that. So we're going to be offering that, and beyond the initial assessment, we're probably going to do some pen testing and help them with some actual configurations and security measures that we think they ought to take. The Digital Teaching and Learning Task Force happened this past summer. UEN was given $4 million to do two things, to do an inventory and also an engineering study. And so this task force, which was separate, this was USOE's task force, but it was members of our board and USOE board and others in the community. Our entire leadership team, along with Dennis Sampson, were staffed to this task force. They met at least once a week from 4 to 6 o'clock on Tuesday nights, but met many other times during the summer. There was a plan that came out of that was published in September. Part of that plan and part of what we've been doing is this statewide inventory. And initially, we were told that by December 1st, we would have to have a plan of how we would do this inventory and then do an inventory next year. Somewhere in there, the ground shifted and it was decided that UEN not only needed to have a plan, but actually have the inventory done by December 1st. We actually were able to move that back to the 15th of December of January. So this month, we've been busy since September putting that together. Kevin Dutt has been the project manager for that. There's 40 districts, 41 districts, I guess there are now, and 127 charter schools, and they had to answer a inventory survey and give specific data and by school. So some districts have upwards of 100 sites, and so Kevin we contracted with Connected Nation to do this inventory. They put the survey tool in place. Kevin worked with them to make sure that we got responses. And I'm happy to report that I didn't believe it was possible, but we have received information, albeit in auditing it, it's not all good data, but it's data from every single charter school in every single district. So that was amazing that we could get responses back 100%, which we didn't think we would be able to do. But congratulations to Kevin and to Connected Nations for pulling that off. Barry has been the one responsible for the engineering study. We broke the engineering study down into looking at WAN and the internet, at LAN and Wi-Fi, at security, and at filtering. There's a 69-page report that has been developed. It was developed through, we really felt like we understood and understand our networking, our WAN and internet environment, our security environment, and our filtering environment. So we produce white papers in each of those areas. We don't know Wi-Fi as well as others, and we're not experts in that area. So we contracted with Sanity Solutions to really validate our white papers and also to develop a white paper on Wi-Fi and LAN. That has been accomplished. There is a 69-page report that has been generated. It's been generated with input from the community. So the districts and the quilt community and others have had a chance to read the white papers and to comment on those. And so we'll be presenting that report to our board next week. And congratulations to Barry on making that happen, and to those who have been part of that project. And those were two major projects that just got pushed onto us in September that I wasn't sure we'd be able to get them done. But in partially just pulling Kevin and Barry off of a lot of other things and getting them to focus on these two projects, partially because we were able to contract with Connected Nation and Sanity Solutions, and we received a ton of cooperation and help from the community to be able to make these happen. So we're relieved somewhat. It's one of those things where we know it comes back again and again within the reports that we need more funding and we need more resources. And it's somewhat a miracle that we're able to pull this off in the time frame. There's just one more thing that we're concerned that the legislature will look at us and others will look at us and say, why do you need more funding when you're able to just get these kind of things done? And it's just sheer willpower. It's not really sustainable, I don't think. But we did get through and get that done. I mentioned and gave a presentation in June about risk management. I've been working on that methodology and have really got the alpha of that finalized. Jen Leisure has had a chance, and others in the quilt community had a chance to look at it and comment on it. It's really straightforward, and it's just strictly a risk assessment, and I want to start being able to apply that to the 70+ UEN services that we have, and making sure that we're taking into account risk as we make our budgeting and other plans that we go through. Barry, you might want to comment on SIP. That's a project that we've been working on for years now. It used to be that when we first started, it looked like it would save a lot of money, but we had our providers drop their prices for PRIs down to where it was really a push, so it became less critical, although over time I think SIP has got to be the way that we go, that we have these internet pipes that are delivering everything else but not our voice trunks, and that we're continuing to deliver voice trunks on copper just doesn't make any sense to me at all. So over time, I think this is the direction that things will go.
But you're not doing SIP now.
Barry?
Well, we just awarded 12-month trial periods to CenturyLink and to Level 3 Internet 2. CenturyLink's going to effectively give that to us for free for a year, and then we're going to be paying internet or Level 3 for a year, and then we've got Weber State, University of Utah, UVU, Salt Lake Community College, and then now I believe I want to say Dixie is interested. Oh yeah, Yoshi, I'm sorry.
Hey, Eric Hawley was the one who really inspired initially. And we should have done more on this at least almost 2 years, a year and a half ago, but we've had some issues with the RFP process and with changes and some things with our
We're actually
procurement.
glad it's taken because lots has changed.
Oh yeah, it's everybody's changed their offers.
Well, yeah, what we awarded a year and a half ago, or would have awarded a year and a half ago, had we been allowed to move forward, and what we're doing now are just two completely different things.
Totally
so
different players, totally.
Probably worked out, but it's still somewhat embarrassing that it's taken us this long to get to it. But it's something that we're dedicated to. We really think SIP belongs on our network, and this is something long term that we'll be part of. Anything else you want to say, Eric? Anything else?
I just mentioned on that, I mean, the purpose of this is to see if we can save money and collaborate among all of these institutions, eliminating long distance, reduce expense, and we're going to see if that's possible. We don't know yet.
Well, from an Erlang and a Poisson traffic engineering standpoint, I love the idea of this giant pool of trunks that everybody can use, and that somehow, but I don't know if that's actually how it'll work out.
Communications overheads and are not duplicated and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, there's
Hopes and dreams.
well, we'll keep you posted over time as to how that moves forward. Just last month, we concluded a security penetration test. It's the, I said 16 there, I meant 15. Anyway, so that was our 5th outside assessment in 48 months. It was took into account 10% of our 1,400 plus sites. Also included UTN at 10% of our UTN services. That was over 10 days. It was initially supposed to be 4, but they showed up a day early, and because of some other things went wrong. It was supposed to be, well, it was a project manager, and sometimes they had up to 6 people working from their organization on this, and it was supposed to be the project manager and 3. Project manager came in on a Monday, was supposed to show up on Tuesday, told Troy that he would have us owned by the end of the day or noon the following day, and that they never failed to do that. And in the end, we got an 8 out of 10. 10 is unattainable. They've never given a 10. 9 is defense grade security. 8 was no compromise and very secure. And that realistically going in was the highest rating we could have received, and that's what we did receive. On the network, on the services, it was a 7. They did compromise a couple of our servers, but because of the measures that we had in place, they were only able to compromise that server, and we're not able to gain access to the network or go to other servers or get outside of that. And they weren't even able to deface any of the services running on that server that they were able to get into. So it was successful.
What company did you use for presentation?
I don't remember.
Was it RFP?
It was. And it was through, we contracted through CenturyLink to do that. So initially it was Canes out of New Mexico that did the first part of that. That was a year before. That was just a assessment, and then the pen test was $65,000 for the 140 sites and the 10% of our services. So we were not able to get that funding until last fall. So that's why I had to wait that long. So I can find out who that is and get that information back. I just can't remember off the top of my head. DDoS attacks continue to be a big concern to us. We have a lot of, I mean, we're a great source of, and we facilitate wonderful DDoS attacks on all of our sites that are connected to us, because we just have a great network and it really moves the traffic through. So we've had to do a lot of manual intervention there. We're changing on that to look at Arbor and being able to do automated DDoS mitigation. SaintCon, that was a conference that we held last October. That was the 3rd time we've been at Weber State, the 3rd year. 2nd year for the executive track. We had about 600 attendees. Next year we're going to change it. We're going to move. We've outgrown Weber State, although they're upset about that, and we're upset about it too. But it just the conference has grown too big, and we're going to focus on training next year. We're working with the Utah Transit Authority. They provided fiber and conduit for us for our ring around Salt Lake, and we've got to find ways to work with them. So we're seeking opportunities there, and it's important to us to work with them. With BYU, we've been able to, with Michelle there and working with us, and working with Kevin Dutt, been able to more formalize our working relationship and have an MOU in place, and are doing some routing for them on the internet, and continue to work with them and look for opportunities there. With PBS, I've been on the architecture committee that they have formed for the past 6 months, and we continue to see how we can work with them on their architecture. We're part of the Internet 2 pilot, and the master control and the content data are being moved out to different areas. They're going to move north into Syracuse. I think there's Freeport Center. They're going to move the master control, and they're going to start moving all of the data off site, I think, to New York. But we're part of that, and now the network becomes even more critical there. We're trying to figure out how we could get EduRoam out to the K-12 students and in all of our 1,400 sites. What a wonderful thing that will be when we can go to any site in the network, or a student, more importantly, that's on a field trip for some reason, athletic or other activities, that when they show up at a school that they're going to, that they just automatically authenticate and be able to do their homework. And we've been told time and again that this is a problem. So we're interested in that and figuring out how to do that. Along with that, we've been part of the InCommon pilot and the federated ID and single sign-on, and that is important to what we're doing. We've been working with USUCAN. I went up to Montana this year to see what I could do to help them get SegP in place, and now it's really USUCAN, but how do they get the K-12 and others on board there? We're helping them with doing some software development for a K-12 bandwidth calculator, and we continue to be interested in what's going on there. For the past year, I've been involved in this COSN CETL project. There are 15 of us in the state that have taken the test and become COSN CETL certified. I was part of the first cohort. There's a second cohort that we're mentoring. We're also looking at developing a Utah chapter, and we will do that, and then pursuing becoming COSN certified instructors. And so that's interesting, at least for right now, in what we're doing. And supercomputing. We were involved heavily with SC15, the wins that Marla's going to talk about. We hope that's going to come back in 16. That's a good project for diversity. So next November, it's going to be in Salt Lake City. There's a new architecture committee that's been developed. There's some things that we're trying to do to figure out how do we get the Internet 2 more engaged, how do we get Cisco and Fujitsu and others back interested and part of the conference. And if you'd like to be involved, there's a lot that you could do, and we'd be happy to have you be involved. If you don't want to be involved and you just want to come to the conference, let us know. We can work with you on that, and at least when you come, we can take you on a tour of the NOC and show you what's going on behind the scenes, and we can see what it takes, get at least some idea of what it takes to put on the SINET portion of the supercomputing conference. Anyway, thank you. And any questions for Marla or myself?
Any questions for Jim? I will just ask Jim, so I too, in one of the recent presentations, was saying the PBS pilot's not going get as well as they thought. Now it looks like PBS is going to go out. So the idea was that PBS would run all or some of their network on a provider, and Internet 2 talked to the regionals and said, which ones of you already connect PBS, and could we, just build a network, PBS network on top of I2, I think was sort of it, right, using the RONs. Yeah. And that's sort of the pilot of entities who already had PBS channels attached. But now, PBS has seemed a little erratic, and so now they're sort of saying now they're going to go with the more standard network that they're used to. Is that?
I think there's still opportunity there. I just think that there's so much going on with PBS right now because they've got this project with master control. They've got the project with really putting all of their content in the cloud and moving all of that. They've got an IPv6 project that they just awarded, sort of I guess it's an intermediate. It's not really a pilot, but it's still a small subset of their stations that are going to be involved in it with level 3. And so I don't think that it's lost, but I think that PBS is bigger, and they have a lot of other stations that are not so they're still exploring, is this the best way for them to do this? Even if they use internet too, it can't meet all of their needs. And I think that's one of the big problems, is that they just can't get everybody involved. And so if they're going to go with a solution, they're looking for one that really can be, cover all of their sites. So I think there's still opportunity there. They want us involved in the community, and they've been involving us in the community. So
Good. Well, Scott just stepped out, but I guess I would be interested in what other people are doing or thinking about. SIP, we're certainly looking at, I'm kind of with you, the direction of where are we going? Are we going to continue to run voice over copper? Are we going to move? And I'd be very interested in 6 months. I don't know if Barry will know by then, but 6 months from now, how your pilot is going.
we'd have to keep you posted on that.
Other questions for Jim Ray? I will put a plug in for supercomputing, and Meg will put a plug in later, but if for anybody who's ever worked on SciNet, I think I've sent staff, obviously Jim has sent staff. I was actually surprised Noah sends a number of staff, CU sends some staff. It is a big time commitment, it's a big investment, but people who have done it, usually come back to me, it's been an incredible learning experience. And you get a lot of interaction with people, you get to meet a lot of interesting people. It's a very different set of work for 2 weeks. And so I would, if you have the resources and they have the time, I know everybody's busy, but I think if you can send people, we're looking, the next couple supercomputing is in Salt Lake, then it's in Denver,
Yep.
then it's back in Salt Lake.
No, I think I heard it was going to go to Dallas.
I moved everything down.
Okay, so we're talking about at least the next 2 years are relatively
got it out of
close
the way.
to the Westnet region.
So,
And when it was in Salt Lake last time, we actually had some of our technicians drive out because it was less expensive. And fortunately, Salt Lake's a little less expensive than Austin. Austin turned out to be pretty expensive to stay there. But it is a little bit closer, and so if you're looking to train, and it can be any level, so they have many teams, like 20 different teams, so.
And they're adding in the architecture, so Mark Leonace from Sienna is going to, and Matt Smith from NOAA are going to be the co-chairs for the architecture team. And I hope over time that actually the WAN team and maybe routers and maybe the sandbox will just kind of roll up under that and be part of that.
So anyways, if you have questions about that, certainly feel free to talk to Jim. I'm not an expert on SciNet, but I have sent people there, so it is a pretty good opportunity. So Kelly,
I know more about SciNet than I probably want.
Kelly is giving his company his own name. I was remiss in thanking Kelly. He has taken over the Westnet finances for the last 6 months, and he and Bev have done a great job. And so I appreciate everybody being a little patient with us and some growing pains, but I think we've got things sorted out. And Kelly and I were discussing it. It's gone far more smoothly than I actually thought it would. Not that I didn't trust Kelly, it was just the payment process. And I think most universities have been okay paying the invoices. So a big thank you to him, because that's a huge amount of effort, and he's been very, very patient and nice working with us. So Kelly has retired from BYU, has started his own company, so it's all yours.
Also, wearing shirts from any of you, give me a shirt, I'll be happy to advertise your organization.
You better send me a story to
All right, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. See if we can get this to work. Not getting much movement there. Alex will. All right. Okay, just a couple of preliminaries before I start. How many of you, this is your first Westnet session, or first attending? Few of you. Okay. Well, let me just talk a little bit about what the expectations are of you. One of the things that makes Westnet work is participation. So I encourage you, especially those of you that are new, and all of you, quite frankly, to step up when Marta starts looking at you quizzically and asking for speakers for the next session. Without that effort, Westnet won't work. This year happens to be the 30th anniversary of Westnet. And I think I'm the only one here that was at that first meeting. There are others that are not here because they're still part of Westnet, but because of health issues, whatever, couldn't make it today. So it's been a great legacy for all of this region. And I want to thank all of you that have made Westnet what it is. As Mara mentioned, I retired, I incorporated, formed a little one-person LLC. The IRS, as part of that incorporation, made me say, what is it that you really do? What's your purpose? And so I thought for a long time, finally decided, I guess what I am is a teacher. So to maintain my IRS status, I'm going to have to ask you some questions today as part of my presentation. So let's just do a little bit of preliminaries here. On New Year's Day, last Friday, Beverly and I, Beverly's my wife, we went to the Star Wars, Force Awakens. And we took some of our grandchildren with us. Now what's interesting is the first movie, 30 years ago or whenever it was, we took our own children and they were little. Our oldest son, I don't remember how old he was, but not very old. And so now it's grandchildren. And so that's another legacy that we're part of. Well, afterwards, we went and ate at one of our favorite Asian restaurants. And at the end of the dinner, my fortune cookie said this: you will receive, quote, you will receive unexpected support over the next week. Accept it graciously. So I thought about that, and Beverly, with a twinkle in her eye, said, that's interesting. How did they know you were speaking at Westnet? So ahead of time, I'm going to thank you for the support that you've given me in this presentation today. I've been thinking about what I would speak about. The topic says architecture. I've been spending a fair amount of time over the last number of years talking about architecture. I decided that maybe I'm kind of preaching to the choir a bit, that all of you are architects in your own right. I spent an interesting year of study looking for the word architecture in all kinds of settings, and it's everywhere. In fact, there's a store that opened up in our city that where they sell used books. You can get them for $1, and I love this place. And I go there regularly and look at the shelves. And I specifically look for book titles where the word architecture is in the title, and I found some interesting ones. And one of them is by an actress, a very famous actress, and she called the titles it "The Architecture of All Abundance." And I got that book. I said, I'm going to see what in the world architecture means when it comes to movie making and film, whatever. But suffice to say that architecture is a very broad term. It means a lot. And all of you, in your own right, are architects. So this is going to be a question and answer session with you today. So let's just start into that a bit here. So there's some guiding principles that we have talked about over the last number of years with regard to architecture. First of all, an architecture is a manifestation of a total problem-solving process. Several years ago, we had a discussion about that. First of all, it starts with a description of the conceptual model of the solution. And it's a result of an analysis and synthesis process, meaning you decompose the problem that you've just defined this problem, this description of the conceptual model, you've just defined it. And then you decompose it, and then you synthesize, or you come back together, put back together a solution that, in some sense, solves that problem to its completion. And I emphasize the word completion. That is an architecture. And there's some well-defined steps that lead to the development of this architecture. And we're going to go through those today and ask some questions. First of all, there's this problem definition. This problem context. What is the purpose? Why is that important? That's the first question, by the way. Okay. Why is that important? Hands will be appreciated.
If you can't describe, what it is you're trying to do, then you're never going to get there.
How many of you have been in a setting? I've been in this many times. Very uncomfortable. you're handing off this solution to the stakeholder, the people that want this. And they look at you quizzingly like, that wasn't the problem I wanted you to solve. Because it's a novel solution in the system here. And how many times do we find out that we're not solving the right problem? Okay, so the problem context is very important. It's the best place to start, obviously. We then determine the relevant guiding principles for finding the right solution. Why would that be important? Mike?
If you don't have a guiding principle and you don't bring them into the conversation, then you end up being like a kind of a ship without a rudder. You could go any different direction. There's always multiple ways to solve a problem. The question is what fits with your culture, what fits with your overall organization vision. There are a lot of things that play into the validity of a particular solution.
Okay. It's really, in some sense, is to trim that down, that big landscape of possible solutions down to the ones that really work. Yes, Todd.
You can fly by the seat of your pants pretty well if you're a one-man shop, but when you start having more than one person, it's pretty hard if you don't have kind of a unifying thread or a focus or a goal.
Good, good. I can tell you from my experience, the most effective help for creativity is constraint. Right? You need to have these constraints wrapped around you, so to speak, so that you really make the creativity productive and in the right direction. You then elicit stakeholders' requirements. Why is that important? James?
Well, if you start building a solution that violates something that the stakeholder, that you haven't solved it. If you generate a solution that doesn't meet the person who you are trying to solve's goals.
All right, part of that problem solving. Here's that grand problem. Well, what are the aspects of that problem, right? In some sense, we're kind of decomposing. This is probably part of that analysis part, right? Can you read those? I guess you can see it.
It is a bit of an eye test.
I know it. It's Google is not caught up with PowerPoint yet, right? All right. You then state the system's vision and approach, or the strategy for accomplishing the vision, in some succinct, gut-grabbing way. Trevor, why would that be important?
It gets everyone on the same page.
Okay.
And it actually gets people interested in what you're doing. If everyone doesn't have the same buy-in, really kind of what Todd said, then you're going to go every which direction.
Okay.
And this helps people be all walking down the same path.
They're not only the same path intellectually, but they're also there emotionally with you, right? It's got to be some kind of a vision that grabs you.
And it should be short.
Right. We then define both the functional, the technical, and the operational aspects of the system. Why is that important? All three aspects. First of all, what are these aspects? What are the functional, technical, and operational aspects of an architecture?
Functional is what it does.
Okay, all right. What's the outcome of this, right? Almost irregardless of how it's done, it's what, right? What is the technical? How? Very good. And most importantly, what's the operational? Who, when, how much, all of those kinds of things, the processes wrapped around it. Those are sometimes the things we forget about, are those aspects of the architecture. Okay, then we should create the evaluation criteria by which the system will be judged. Michelle, why is that important?
You have to have the point where you know what you accomplished was a success.
Okay, that guide that this architecture actually really did solve the problem that we defined in the very first place, right? Okay, very good. Okay, we've talked about some architecture development techniques over the years. The most powerful, it seemed like this was about 2 years ago, we discussed this to some degree, the creating layers of abstraction, that we can build more complex things out of simpler things by putting them together in unique and creative ways, right? So that's an important principle of architecture development. I'm sure all of you think about that as you try and solve the problems in your context. Any experience with layers of abstraction? Chad?
That's how you manage complexity. You really hide the complex systems below to others, is by defining these layers.
Good. And taking advantage of those things you've already done and using them in more sophisticated ways. Right. Very good. Okay, some other techniques. Partitioning, dividing and conquering. The most classic way to begin that solving process is in that analysis, isn't it? Okay. Any experience with dividing and conquering, this partitioning process? Any quick experience? Joel?
Always have to take problems down, break them down into the pieces that you can do today, tomorrow, this month, in order to software-defined network. First, you got to start with the base substrate.
Okay.
And start adding the layers on top of that, what you can.
Very good. I sat through a couple of Joe's presentations, and you can tell from the thinking that he's done in these presentations, you've been doing a lot of this, haven't you? Coming up with the solutions that you need. And still more, this was last June. Don't just craft a solution, create a platform, right? This kind of comes back to abstraction to some degree. Mike, you've been thinking a lot about platforms over the last year. How does this impact you? What are your thoughts about platforms?
Well, as I'm sure you all have struggled with the same problems that I have, that as an infrastructure organization, everybody knows you're at your best when they don't think you exist. And so we have to have a culture and a vision for all of our solutions to be platforms that people recognize that this isn't just some sort of a one-off thing, but something that will be built off of, that will be, we all think great things of our city people until we hit a pothole, and then all of a sudden, we don't think about all the city maintenance folks that do a lot of maintenance until we hit a pothole, and then all of a sudden we're swearing at our city maintenance folks because we found one pothole. Well, we're in IT much the same way. We have to build these platforms that people can go forward on and build on without, hitting the potholes.
And all of you, I believe, to some degree, are probably involved in this kind of thinking at your institution, right? How can I expand the infrastructure that we have created in such a way to make it more valuable? Joe?
So I'm going to comment on this, because the platform versus just a solution. The platform, you create modularity. And that modularity is key to being able to look to obtain goals, because you mentioned strategy and architecture, but you can have several strategies to get to a goal, and you need the modularity of a platform to be able to do that, to apply, because one strategy works for one group, but another group may need a slightly different strategy. You may have similar end goals, but how you approach and get there, you need to have different tools, different pieces to be able to get there.
And in many ways, sometimes these tools have to come down to a common source so that you can create a layer of abstraction and utilize what you've already done. You don't have to keep reinventing the wheel every time.
Yes.
Right? Good, very good. Okay, so let me diverge a bit. That was architecture. What about the architect? What about you? I had an interesting experience with Mike this year. I started working with the University of Utah beginning of the year. And one of the first things Mike asked me to do was to comment on the challenge he had with regard to hiring an architect. He says, what kind of a job description, what kind of a person should we find, should we look for and come up with an architect? I said, I'm not sure I know. I've never hired one. We have always grown our architects. We've started with someone that had some of the attributes and capabilities that looked promising, and then we grew them in some way such that they became the kind of individuals that we wanted. And so when I saw this photograph, I really liked it because it had things that are very important, like self-loathing up here, which you can't read. Laughter, sleep. This internet interface, you can't quite read that. That says internet interface. Too bad you can't see the diagram. It was great. So in any case, I'm going to talk about some attributes of systems architects that I've found to be important, and I hope that you do as well. I've got 5 attributes. First of all, they have a systems approach, right? Think about yourself and think about those around you that you consider architects, and they think holistically, okay? They think about the big picture rather than my niche that I have great depth in. It's generally the big picture, right? So a typical system in this particular example, this is a photovoltaic system. There's components, and you've got to have the whole thing together before it will really produce the value you need. One thing like batteries is not enough, right? Or just the solar cell. Someone might simplistically say, if I just had this photovoltaic array, it would be enough, but it's not. Systems are bigger than we at first expect. And these individuals, these systems architects, have a systems approach. They think holistically. They also have a broad understanding across disciplines. It's one thing to think holistically, meaning I'm going to be very broad, but pretty thin in anything. You do need to have some depth in some of these disciplines, right? For several reasons. So these A, B, C, and D represent, and let's say in our context, these might be different engineering disciplines, like Linux or like networking or whatever. Systems architect has to be broad across all of those, but have some depth in many. It doesn't have to be extremely deep. Why? Dave, you just joined us. Alex. Why does an architect have to have some depth in discipline?
Just so he has at least a minor understanding of how the systems would interconnect, or if they would.
You may not have to worry so much about the components themselves. It's the connections between, right? You need to know enough about some component that you can say to yourself, that interface is important. I've got to worry about that more in this particular context than others, right? So an architect will be continually broadening their understanding and deepening it to some degree. Most architects have started out as perhaps very deep in some discipline, but because of these attributes of holism and broad thinking, they end up being more malleable into an architect. Okay, number 3.
The other key point there is that you know the connections, and you have depth in certain areas, but as part of knowing the connections, where other people are that have the depth and understanding.
Absolutely.
That augments yours, so you can reach out.
Right. You know who are those that are very deep in any specific discipline and know how to interact with them. Good, very good. Okay, they have a purpose orientation. The success of architecting is not measured by technical success, but by success in mission. How many of you have been in an experience where, at the end of the day, the project failed, but the engineers that were there were saying, we just did a great job of routing, but ultimately the project failed, right? Architects have this purpose orientation unless this entire system is functional, then somewhere we have not succeeded, right? All right, number 4. They have a modeling methodology. Think about yourself, right? How many times do you, when asked to find an issue, grab a piece of chalk, because of how old I am, grab a white marker, a whiteboard marker, and quickly jump up and begin drawing, right? You have this modeling methodology. In fact, in some sense, that's what defines an architect, is this modeling activity that problems magically come to solution when you can create a conceptual model, right? You remember our definition of conceptual model. It's what explains to us how something works. And it doesn't have to be true. If it does an adequate job of explaining it, it's conceptual model. So anyway, architect's model, and the last attribute here is they have insight. Now, insight is defined as deep intuitive understanding. It's kind of like if a picture is worth 1,000 words, an insight is worth 1,000 analyses. All right? And you know people like that. You are like that, I would guess. But you know people like that. They can quickly grasp the holistic issues of a problem, and with insight, be able to gravitate to where the true issues really are. Okay? Comments about the attributes of an architect. Am I on base or not? I'm seeing a lot of this. Okay, any comments? Yeah,
Just to further your thought there, you have to, more than just understand what those issues are, you have to come up with some strategies for solving those issues. Resolve.
Very good. Other comments? Yes.
I've got a couple of additions to propose.
Okay, go ahead.
Like appreciation for scale.
Okay.
And persuasive and building support, with different communities.
Clearly some people skills, right?
Yeah.
Right. No question of that. Very good. Those are good additions. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, in the last couple of minutes I'd like to just continue my dialogue with Mike. Mike wasn't going to let me off the hook quite so quickly. I was working for him, by the way, as a consultant, and he wasn't going to quite let me off with an answer of "I don't know." So he pushed me on. So what is a job description for an architect? I've been giving that a lot of thought this year, and I finally came up with one, Mike. So let me go through it quickly. Okay. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all campus doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting. By the way, these monikers here, pay attention to them. Okay? If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good, nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster. Now on our campus, it was the Administrative Advisory Council and the Parking Committee, and treat those two imposters just the same. If you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by faculty to make a trap for fools, or watch the systems you gave your career to broken, and stoop and network them up with worn out tools. By the way, for those of you that are new to Westnet, this is a Cisco AGS Plus. Back in 30 years ago, Westnet was a real network then, and we built it out of those. In fact, BYU's serial number was number 25, as I recall. So, in any case, if you can talk with colleges and keep your virtue, or walk with provosts nor lose the staff touch, if neither VPs nor loving librarians can hurt you, if all students count with you, but none too much. If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 times 10 to the 9th bits worth of data transmitted, yours is the university and everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be an architect, my son, or daughter, Marla. My apologies to Roger Cup. Any questions or comments? As 10:15, right on time.
Any questions for Kelly?
Okay, thank you. Yes,
All
Alex?
right. Birding cats process, which is really most of my job.
Don't cooperate, whatever you do.
All right, three things. I'm going to ask you to do a group photo. And so, as 30 years have gone by, we wish we had taken photos in the first, say, 20 years. So now with digital cameras, we move forward. So Jim has agreed to let us use fancy U.
It's just an 8:30
camera. And we're going to go out and take a left where you've been the last 2 days. Let's just take them on the same stairs we've been taking on. We don't have to wait from there. We'll take a photo. I'm going to set up 2 doodle choices because I'm stressed and I can't make decisions. So I make hundreds of decisions a day, and it's the simple decisions that cause me trouble. So we need to decide when we're going to have the June meeting and where we're going to have the June meeting. So I'm going to give you a couple choices. Kelly has requested early in June, so I'll give you the first couple weeks in June.
He's retired. Why does he? Yeah.
He's got the money, so I would be next year.
This doesn't make any sense.
Pardon me? Yes. For my calculations, I mean, anyone is welcome.
You can do simple math, I know you can do difficult math.
What is difficult?
So, Hawaii?
Hawaii, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, sure, well, I'll tell you, I just paid for one of my staff members to go to Hawaii, and it's a very expensive operation, so I don't think that's probably gonna happen. I'll be in Hawaii, so you can hop in. And then I'm gonna give you 2 locations, and so if you can fill those polls in before I have to have my talk about what are we doing. And we've got some people who have weather issues, so I'm gonna do that now, and so we may talk about locations. There, if you can fill those in, I know you will have confusion, so, you know, that'd be great. We'll get the date set and we'll get the location set. So, photo first, and then if you can be back at 10:45.
Think about lightning box too. I'm supposed to coordinate that later on this afternoon, so I'll come around and ask if you've got a lightning box. Oh.
Yeah, and I'm working on them right at the last.
Of course. Good, how are you? Am I allowed to bring it?
Was that?
I have no idea. I'm scared.
Yeah.
Where's that? I don't know.
My focus is very clear to the ask people.
Yep, I'm totally.
New Year's Eve.
Hey.
By New Year's Eve this year, and I was like, I don't know, years ago, I was at New Year's Eve, rewired the community wall. Chat.
Picture time.
Yep, I'm just making this a little bigger so I can read it from further away. I think I was not very excited about it. Another case in network down outage. Like that. Oh, no, we're holding the door.
It's like a little fun. I got 50 miles to the gallon. But I may pay the price. Yeah, I was amazed. I was like, and I filled it up. It was like 7 gallons.
Yeah.
The whole little, it's even like a little 8-volt stereo jack, so you can plug radios into it. I was surprised.
We didn't have them.
Where
We're kind of in the back on the second floor.
I'm on the side, we're two oh one, 204. Right over the parking lot, we're 236. Yeah, our rooms are all beat tile. We're getting the chassis. You know when our taxi driver dropped us off from the airport yesterday, he said, "Oh, yeah, this is a nice hotel, but trying to get mugged during the drug. We were at
What hotel is this?
The Best Western, North South.
Oh, really?
He says,
Are you in the Best Western too? I stayed at the Best Western last. I didn't get one.
I know, we walked down. But I'm sitting here like, the cab driver is supposed to sort of be an ambassador in town, right, you know? Welcome to our town.
Well, my daughter's rides the GoPro.
Good time.
And she said that there's a street by Rio Grande, the Rio Grande station there, that is now on par with violence and problems with some of the worst cities in the country. And Salt Lake, you know, there's this, she told me this, there was a new drug lord. And you know, it's basically that area. She's now wearing, she's like she's now wearing a book about seven. She's now having, she's sitting here trying to say, it's great. It's just, you know, and that all started at skier.
Yeah.
Oh, I got
Fred retired.
The
price difference brings it to.
My sister, boy, I saw that for
They said they would.
Just bring up
Yeah, money's good.
Do an name.
Well, I guess that was back to school.
Yes.
I know, it's when I
So we're looking at big data. Before we can do big data, it's really
I know my teams.
And so, yeah, he's
So there's.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try Gary to get Barry's feeling us already?
Yeah, childhood friend passed away by this time. So
Yeah.
he's going home for the funeral. I can tell you he much understands.
Yeah, so he sounds like he's pretty good about.
That was part of the give and take.
That's it.
Yeah, so we did a 10 player pieces.
I don't know.
You like
Sure. Talk about,
You like your socks over here?
Because every time I don't actually have get back.
But anytime I actually, very good.
It's not. So I'll give you one idea.
But that was during the like, what was their unique devices? He said, so there was, yeah, it's all included. It's all included. Okay, all right.
We want the best
It was released, so this kind of was oh, yeah. Always just never do it. There's so much
particular person that they it's going to be interference.
So much better. They're like, that's where we City wants to bid in under seats or overhead directional. Which do you think is better? Because
This is, I love this, you know, our guys, you know,
At least you're getting all sorts of kudos. I don't even know who that
manually channel everything, manually set power. It was really good, so I guess the end of the day.
Maybe the C.
You know, as the characteristics change, you know, like for us, you know, for our buildings right now, the new ones, we're putting in lights or
as far as demos,
the frequencies of powers and so the questions I ask myself, you know, in the omnidirectional case, what are the frequencies involved? Is that,
yeah,
you know, G, is that N, is that, you know, AC, and how, you know, is there a difference in behavior you know, the technology that's being, you know, because if everybody's AC, is it going to be different than if everybody's running on G or whatever?
I like
Fiber all the way down the station.
Well,
Because you're using the you end up with so much facilities, so much.
relationships.
You end up creating there, which is the whole reason I was using that. You're just.
Well,
Because you're gonna end
yeah.
Well, it definitely is. Whenever you go direction, at least my experience, my gut is we would direct the tenant to more expensive tenant. So I mean, if there are, unless there's a reason, valid reason for your direction, which everybody argues there is, to me.
Everybody needs it. But I mean, the challenge is, 10 years, their bread and butter has been.
So,
And a rate of omnidirectional and it's somewhat directional, but not a big focus now. And they just rate it and put it there and then with 1 or 2 cable connections. Because your cable has so much more capacity than any one individual antenna. But when we're talking AC, we're talking Meg 54 specs. I do that in my because I can't put 8 radios next to each other. I need 8 radios geographically dispersed. And that's where I think it's very economy. Bonus was, and they've done more than I thought. And they have a list of 24 venues, but many of which are not in the US. I think their big thing is the costs here. I think we're gonna find from the bids coming out, they're gonna be the lowest price. But they're auto channeling, they can't auto channel the stadium. And so that's why they do it on manually, but then you end up with 2 full-time operators who are sitting there mapping the stadium channels, power levels. Question. And I think if I can offload some of that to the auto power algorithms and free up 2 full-time people. I want to buy the solution to the auto channels. And so that's where I think we're looking, we're evaluating our wireless vendors on some of the first measures, auto power, auto channel. If we want to do a rental Wi-Fi design, so you want Wi-Fi in your office, come check out an AV from us, plug it in your wall, get some flow ports on the back side of that. But that's how it works. It has to. There's no other way to do that because I don't get to control where they go. So if I have 10 in a suite of offices, I have to have confidence in what people have itself. What I'm finding is someone said it in the factory, I would change despite the fact that you click the auto button. But I see.
So I don't know about Meraki wireless, but I do know that we had lots of high Meraki switches. I'll put them in, they actually took down. They actually took down lots of they plugged them in and whatever their auto config was, and it reached networks and everything. They took it down. And scrambling for 30, 45 minutes because they weren't their switches, they'd never heard of them, and it was all from AV closets, they were putting in glass closets, and they were putting a Meraki switch in with all the other
Well, so anyway,
I've always
So you're good to go. So it's up to you if you want to just hang back here and come up and raise your up.
Yeah, I got the whole study set laid out.
I brought my Yeah, actually, this 90-year-old guy had a Mac.
Okay.
I think so.
Because when Marla can figure it out, and I've been there, I couldn't even figure out how to, like, I just like, yeah, right, I don't know what I'm even doing.
Kelly did get my payment, but he didn't get a payment from Marlon. It was really felt.
706.
Well,
we need to pay for Marlon.
Well, I think we need to figure out, you,
Yeah, it was sent to both him and
how are you doing? Eileen.
So from my perspective, the real value is us building from service to every.
And then what I said is we can do I can't quite work.
I think, I don't know if Marlon ended up saying, oh, join us there until I not this.
Well, that's my point, I wanted
I think you're right. I think it's a real
majority of some is that I'm best. And it's, okay.
If you see Steve, tell me. But otherwise, I just. Oh, Keith, you said you were able to pay.
I'm sorry.
So I thought I figured out how to get that sharing thing off.
Jim, it was gone on Jim's presentation.
It's interesting, it doesn't show up here.
Right, because this is, so what I'm doing is I'm sharing this screen via Hangout, but that's not what this is put on there, so it's the.
I thought if you went over the X. So is there a remote mouse that I can?
I think this works, although Kelly was having issues.
How does it work? This second one is for receiving the
The top of the laser.
All right, let's get started again. I'll start. All right, so you know me, I'm Marla Meal, and I'd like to introduce Meg Sorensen. She's from Idaho State, and we're going to co-do this. This is, you're going to get a little spiel from me about women in IT, and then Meg's going to talk about her experience with the women in networking and supercomputing. So the title of this is the Untapped Talent Pool, and I gave this talk at NCAR, and I think hopefully you'll find it interesting. I have found this interesting working on this process. So why am I talking to you today? So I'm a woman. I've been in IT for 30 years. This will be my 30th anniversary at NCAR in February. I actually been in IT longer than that. I started as student assistant at NCAR in 1982. Prior to that, I worked in storage tech and databasing. So I've actually been in IT for a long time. And in that long time, I've seen a pretty consistent 10% women at meetings. And if you look around, I think you can count on one hand the number of women in this room. So it has been very consistent, and so I've known it was small, and I've known there's been a problem, but I hadn't really ever investigated or studied it. So I got involved in a couple of gender diversity efforts in IT, and so you saw in that previous slide that I've been working with I2, and we did this WINS project. So through those efforts, I've become much more aware of the magnitude of the problem and the scope of the problem. And I've read many, many articles on this now. And I've also become much more aware of the value of diversity. I don't think I ever really thought about diversity and whether, I noticed it wasn't very diverse, but what's the value of that? And I'm going to talk mostly about women today, but this is a broader diversity issue. It's not just about women. So this is really a talk today to hope to bring awareness to you about this and to hopefully encourage you to try and influence change. I think each of us can actually make a difference. So this is a sort of interesting graph, which you can see there's various degrees. This is a bad version, but health professionals and lawyers and foreign languages and generally women, these are undergraduate degrees issued, are kind of staying flat or actually increasing. But here you see computer science and IT, and you see sort of mid-1985 to now, and it's a precipitous decline. It's not going up, it's going down, okay? So I find that disturbing. And again, this graph is not great, and we're covering up part of it, but the top says that 57% of undergraduate degrees are issued to women, okay? 50% of the population is women, but only of those, about 25% are in IT. So it's not that we're not educating a lot of women, we're just not getting very many in IT. And the expectations by 2011, we're going to have 1.2 million jobs in IT available. And this isn't a woman issue. We're only going to have about 39% of those to be filled by Americans. So we have a shortage in general in IT. And so the more we can get anybody to go into IT, the better. And then this 18 is the percent that are actually coming into IT. And this 37% is 1985. So again, you've seen a noticeable decrease and a continuing 7% decrease from 2000 to 2014. So the numbers are going down, and that is concerning to me. So the National Center for Women in IT, NCWIT, is based in Boulder. About 10 years ago, NSF realized there was a problem, and they funded NCWIT to be formed and to look at increasing diversity of women in IT. And so, again, although women comprise a large part of our population, they're playing only a small role in inventing the technology of tomorrow. And the general feeling is that we're not capitalizing on these diverse perspectives, the diverse, obviously 50% of women are buying things, and so we're not designing the things we're buying. And we're depending more and more on innovation, and yet we're not really pulling from our best and broadest problem solvers that are out there. And at a time when technology is really driving everything we're doing, we're not producing the most competitive workforce, which gets back to this 39% of the jobs are only going to be filled by Americans. So, and we're really untapping. We're not using this untapped talent pool, and I think we need to figure out how to do that better. So there's also interesting statistics, and I didn't make these up, but that complex problems are solved better by diverse groups, and they've done a lot of studies on this. And that actually diverse groups have a higher collective intelligence than single gender, single ethnic group, and that they actually solve problems better with more creativity. And there's actually statistics that there's a higher return, 34% higher return when you have a diverse group. So now most of us aren't per se out there to make money, but presumably we would all do better business if we had a more diverse population. And you know that gender balanced companies demonstrate superior team dynamics and productivity, produce work teams that stay on schedule, under budget, and demonstrate improved employee performance. So these are all positive things. And so there is this question of, there's interesting, well-paying, secure, abundant IT jobs. So why are women not going into these? And Meg can certainly address some of these and the other women in the group. But generally we're just not exposed. Women aren't exposed to the concept in high school. There aren't classes in computing. They're not exposed to the value of IT. Sorry. Maybe I forget. Hopefully you are all encouraging your children, but generally girls that have been interviewed aren't being encouraged by their parents and teachers and counselors to go into engineering and IT. At the post-secondary levels, because they haven't been exposed to these things, they generally don't choose these as their careers they go into and their degrees. If they do choose them, they often find themselves as the only females in those classes, and that can be intimidating and overwhelming. And in fact, I have a friend whose daughter just left engineering because she couldn't take being in these classes with all sort of nerdy males, and so very the media portrayals are not particularly positive. Now, I will go on record that there's been a lot of articles about the female character in Star Wars and how positive and strong and independent and intelligent, and there was no love interest. She wasn't trying to save some guy in Star Wars, and that's viewed as a real positive thing. Kelly just went to see The Martian. There was actually two strong, I didn't think they needed to throw the love angle in there with that one, but there were two strong women in that as well that were astronauts. So, but generally media portrayals of any gender of IT is not real positive. If you kind of contemplate the Big Bang Theory, I don't think men or women necessarily are going to go into that. So again, if you do actually make it through your undergraduate degree and get into industry, you're often in an all male dominated field, and it can be intimidated. And some women deal with that okay, some women find that overwhelming. There are a number, and this I found very interesting, unconscious biases that operate in classrooms and workforces. And it's not, again, this is not a male thing, that many of us view things and don't think about it, but they have examples of reading resumes that if you blind read a resume that doesn't have a name on it, you read it one way, but if it says John, you view it one way. If it says Jill, you view it another way. And that, the way we write our job descriptions, often we don't think about unconscious biases that may favor males over females. And it turns out men are more likely to apply for a job that they maybe aren't qualified for than women are. So if you put a whole bunch of requirements in, a male will say, well, I can do 10% of those, I'll apply. A woman will go, well, I can only do 10% of those, I'm not going to apply. And so if you think a little bit hard about what do I really need somebody to do, desires is one thing, but requirements you try and make a little bit more realistic. So one of the things NCWIT does is works with companies to try and look for some of those unconscious biases in the interview process and the job description process, and help put those together, helps people put resumes together.
They actually also help with job ads. So
Right.
so I send my job ads to them to review them to make sure it's language, it's gender neutral, things like that. So they are good. I don't know if they do the service for outside CU.
Well, CU is probably a member, and I will encourage you to consider becoming a member. CU is very tightly tied to NCWIT, and Brad is on their board and those kind of things. But a number of large companies, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, have joined NCWIT because companies are realizing this is a problem. And there is generally a shortage of male advocates. One of the reasons I'm talking to you, because it does make a big difference. The second bullet, women report that support encouragement to pursue and persist in technical careers often comes from men and is vital to going into things and to staying in things. And so it is not a woman's issue. This is a population issue, and it's to all of our benefits. And hopefully, you know, as I said, I've read a lot about this, you see the benefits to trying to shift this the other direction, because it's good for your company. It's good for the women that would get those jobs. And, you know, generally speaking, men are the power holders. So if males shift that culture, then they'll most likely have the most impact. So the two efforts I've been involved in, this Internet 2 Gender Diversity Initiative really started me on this path. Linda Bruce and Anna Hunsinger approached me and asked me and Lori Burns McRobbie to be the co-chairs of this. They were starting a diversity effort because they were noticing that this problem occurred. And so as I said earlier, we've been able to fund a number of women to attend both the Global Summit and the technical meetings. We've gotten other organizations to realize this is important and fund some additional people to go. We're starting to talk to vendors. There's a lot of interest, as I said, from the vendor community. So that's been a very positive and ongoing effort and has a lot of support from Internet 2. And then this Women in IT Networking at SC Wins came from actually the Quilt meeting last spring. Jason Zerkowski came up and approached me about putting a supplement to one of the CCDNIs, which had nothing to do with this, but it happened to be an open proposal that we could put a supplement on, and he knew I was a woman, and Wendy Hutchins wasn't ready to go. So it was sunny, it was in a good mood. I said, sure. And off we went. We wrote a proposal, and I say we loosely. The ESNet team is fabulous, so it's a partnership with ESNet. We put a proposal together. Kevin Thompson agreed to fund it. And so we were able to fund 5 women to go participate in SciNet and attend supercomputing. And so it, again, was an effort. Jason had noticed there were very few women on the SciNet team. And so he felt that that would be advantageous to increase that and try and get that moving. So the other thing, well, I should note, the other thing that's really become important is, I won't go back, this building, and Meg can talk a little bit about this, but building the personal and professional networks. Men, generally, you have networks, you know who to call, you can get help from various people, but having that personal and professional network of other women is something we're working on. So again, these are sort of notes for you, but NCWIT is there. It's an organization you certainly can become a member of, but their webpage is incredibly valuable. They have all sorts of resources. They have all sorts of documents written that you can follow. They have guidance for how to write job descriptions, how to work on male advocacy. There will be a session at the Global Summit on male advocacy that they're working on with NCWIT. Society of Women Engineers, again, I think you should have all gotten a notice that you can actually sign with up at no cost or low cost. I2 is partnered with the Society for Women Engineers, and so women can join. They have actually excellent, again, excellent documentation and write-ups. I've read their magazines starting on a regular basis for women, but it also has a number of resources, again, for job descriptions and working on that. So I encourage you to look at that. And EDUCAUSE also has a Women in IT constituent group. For those of you that are EDUCAUSE members, which I think most of you are, again, those resources are available to you. And they do usually have sessions at the EDUCAUSE meetings for women. So I've attended a couple of those, and I'm less involved with EDUCAUSE, but
But just to add to that, Marla, John O'Brien the other night was pretty receptive to some of the ideas about how to expand some of that within the EDUCAUSE umbrella.
Yeah, we talked to both John and obviously Dave Lambert's very aware of this as well. And so we were talking about ways that they could try and increase women attendance and provide sessions that were valuable to women. So I think hopefully we got his attention. So as I was putting this together for NCAR, I thought this was interesting that Mark Zuckerberg and his wife had a baby, and he put this letter out to the public. And they've committed to millions, billions of dollars, specifically in an effort to increase diversity. And in the letter to his daughter, he said, promoting equality is about making sure everyone has access to these opportunities, regardless of the nation, families, or circumstances they are born into. Our society must do this not for justice or charity, but for the greatness of human progress. Today, we are robbed of the potential of so many we have to offer. The only way to achieve our full potential is to channel the talents, ideas, and contributions of every person in the world. And clearly, he's got a bigger picture than just women, but he clearly is aware of this problem from his work at Facebook, and is committing, he and his wife are committing to work on this. So I thought the timing was interesting. So that's sort of my background on why I'm even involved in this. Jason felt that a number of you, and just as a lead into what Meg participated in, may not know what SciNet is. SciNet is a supercomputing network that gets built every year in a different convention center to support supercomputing. And so this year it was one of the most powerful networks in the world. It's created every year for the conference. It brings life to a very high capacity network. It's built in the convention center, and Megan actually has some interesting pictures she'll show to show off research and commercial networks. It's a platform for all of the exhibitors to do demonstrations on their high-end gear, both supercomputing, switching, routing, security. And they depend 100% nearly on volunteers from government, industry, and academia to come in and work on this. They have calls before the meeting actually occurs, but then they actually come in. And there is a ton of gear that gets donated from the vendors. And planning basically begins a year out. And as Jim described, they're already starting to plan for Salt Lake. The good news for Salt Lake, I think, is they've done it before, so at least they're not starting from scratch. But I think Austin was brand new. 80 miles of fiber optic cable that gets installed in the center. SciNet is configured, maintained, and disassembled by about 150 volunteers. They're distributed across 19 teams, which, as we discussed, there's a plethora of different things people work on: wireless and routing and security and the actual physical fiber and testing. There's measurement. And they're all critical to, serving the 13,000 people that show up. And I think supercomputing set a record this year for the number of people that attended. So the WINS team was Mary Hester from ESNet, Wendy Huntoon, many of you have heard or know of, who's currently at Kimber, which is the regional optical network in Pennsylvania. Myself, Lauren Rotman, and Jason Jurkowski are both from ESNet. And I have to say that having worked closely, and I think Meg and I were talking about this with the ESNet team, they are an impressive set of people. I don't think I have ever worked as fast and hard, and they're enthusiastic and they're working all the time. So they've been a great team to work with, and really they did a huge amount of the effort. We got 19 highly qualified applicants. It was actually more applicants than we expected. We put a team together to review those. Wendy led that, Greg Bell from ESNet, and I think many of you know Greg Bell's left ESNet. He's going to a private startup. John Hernandez from NCAR, because he's worked on supercomputing. Jennifer Schopp from Indiana, and Linda Winkler from Argonne were the team that reviewed all those, did a very comprehensive review. And these are the 5 people that were awarded. Sana Belanim from CNIC. She was the only one that came from a regional. Debbie from University of Illinois, Amy Leibowitz from University of Michigan, Meg from Idaho, so I was pleased that a Westnet community got one, and Kathy West from, we were noting that we're confused by Indiana University of Pennsylvania, so she's actually in this meeting, but Indiana University. So it was a great team. We did surveys from both the mentors and the recipients as to how things went, and the response was overwhelmingly positive. The mentors thought it was great. We did assign each participant to a team, and each participant had a specific mentor. And the mentors thought it was great. The participants all had very positive feedback. And one of the things in the proposal we agreed to was to have these report outs to try and spread the word, to make people aware of what we did, but also make people aware of the issue. And so Westnet is one of those. Meg agreed to come. Meg and a number of the participants, it looks like most of them will be able to come to the quilt and participate in the quilt. Scenic, each of the regional teams will have their regional person come, so Scenic and iLight, Kimber, and Merritt. And we are talking about having something at the I2 Global Summit that's a little bit fuzzier. And so the other goal of this is for Meg and others to be able to meet an even broader community and build that professional and personal network even farther than what they were able to do at supercomputing. So we are working, Jim mentioned that he hopes that continues at the next supercomputing. We're working to secure funding for this. This was really a one-time, one-off kind of thing to be able to do this supplement with NSF. DOE can't submit NSF proposals, so they either need somebody else to work with them. So we do have a call scheduled with NSF. We are talking to DOE. We have actually talked to the Quilt about participating and maybe managing the project and getting some support from the regionals. We're talking to the supercomputing team to see if they would continue to potentially fund people to come back or fund some of the entities. And I said vendors are very interested. In fact, Juniper supported and funded the lunch that we had at supercomputing very willingly. In fact, outrageously fast and willingly. I thought something was wrong. And in fact, they were willing to fund a participant. Interestingly, ESNet got a little gun shy about having a vendor involved. I don't really care. I never feel any obligation to vendors, but we pulled that request actually after they'd already agreed to do it, which was a little awkward. But anyways, we are discussing whether we would work with vendors. So Meg's going to take over, and then we can take questions at the end. Left with the button, point to the laptop.
Thanks. So first of all, I just want to start out and say that, Marla asked me to do this presentation, and I was a little nervous about it because I don't like public speaking, to be honest. I guess I'm a full-blown nerd in that aspect. When I was looking at her slides, to be quite honest, I was really shocked at how the numbers are actually going down. But then I kept thinking about all the classes that I took from networking and informatics and how limited the females were actually. There weren't many, to be quite honest. When we were down at SciNet, the 5 participants, we went to dinner a couple times, and we actually were taken back by the amount of women at SciNet. And we were all impressed because of the amount of women that were there. We're like, we don't understand why everyone's so upset about this women thing. There's so many here. But then we started counting how many women were there that actually did networking at their home institution, and it was only about 15 to 20. And I mean, if you think about the number that Marla said that makes up those 19 teams is 150 people. So, I mean, if you think about the 15 to 20 women that actually do networking at their home institutions and compare that to the 150 people, it's interesting. To get to know me a little bit more, my family, we consist of 4 people, my parents, my sister, and myself. And every Sunday we meet up and have dinner, and my grandmother sometimes attends. And way back when I first got my job as a network administrator, my mother turned to me and said, describe your first week, how was it? Tell me about the people that you work with. So I dove into that and explained things, and it came up that I was the only female in my environment. And with my grandmother has this wit about her. So she instantly turned to me and said, so you're telling me that you're a Tigger, like from Winnie the Pooh? And it took me a while to catch up because Tigger, the wonderful thing about Tigger is that he's the only one. So after SciNet, I was actually able to go back to my grandmother and be like, Grandma, I am not the only Tigger out there anymore. It was really cool to be able to express that and actually realize that there's more people out there like me that are at institutions and they're the only single female in their environment or their networking groups. So. Just to dive into this, my mentors were Matt Smith and Mark Mitchell. The other single teammate we had was Benny Sparks he was from the state of Tennessee. And just being around those guys, they're all very knowledgeable, and it was a very different environment from what I'm accustomed to. It's such a fast-paced environment that if you don't understand something, they turn and explain it to you and make you understand that way, so you can catch up and be a more valuable member during that express timeline. The goals that I had going into it, I had no point of reference for SciNet and what it would be like. So literally my goals were to keep my head down, be as helpful as I can, and bring back to my institution as much as I could. Our tasks consisted of interacting with other teams. The 4 teams that we interacted mostly with were security, measurement, WAN, and commodity. One of the examples is, there was a lot of bit torrenting going on, so we had to block them from the network, and there's a lot of cross-team issues that we were solving. We deployed wireless solutions. So we had a lot of tripods that we assembled and put up and installed access points throughout the convention center. We hunted rogues. I was astonished to actually physically see an Xbox controller trash the 2.4 gigahertz range. It was, I knew it was, how much things can affect the 2.4 range, but to actually see it happen and what it was like when we shut it off, and it was amazing. Some of the other things we do was to constantly monitor and tweak the wireless network as needed. And again, the goal was just to learn as much as possible. SciNet is a very fast-paced environment. You hit the ground running. Some days were longer than others, but given the days, sometimes we were working 10 to 15 hours a day. I can't remember who said it, but someone said, it takes a year to plan, 2 weeks to build, and a day to tear down. That Friday, you hit that point where you're away from your family for 2 weeks and you just want to go home. But it's, that teardown is critical, right? You have to have everything in crates. You have to have it perfect for the next year, so you're not struggling the next year. The way I was trying to figure out how to show you guys what exactly we did, and Jason actually thought it was a really good idea for all of us to take panoramas of the showroom floor just so we could have that, so we could see it and compare it. And I didn't make every day, but I was able to do a lot of it. So this is almost day 1. I think it was the morning of day 2. And then I'll just go through these and let you see the little things that
And one of the things I think I found interesting, and I knew nothing about this, was that they stage everything, right, Big? So
yes.
So they get they can't actually get into the convention center early, so they actually have all the racks pre-built on a pod or.
Yeah, they were on crates. Well, they weren't on crates. They were on pallets, and it was actually staged in a completely different room. And the stress level was actually palpable, and could, as said earlier, could probably stun a large animal with, getting those forklifts in there, lifting up the equipment and moving it onto the stage. So yeah, it's a very, very long process.
And it's hard to even get, you've all been in convention centers, but it's
Right.
hard to get a scale of, just walking around and making different, booths. Just forget how gigantic it is. And Austin, I think they ran out of room and they started using kind of side rooms. So there were some of the booths that were sort of off in funny little rooms.
Yeah, so this panorama, this is, closer to day 1, but you can't even see, this conference center is actually like a backwards L shape, so you can't even see the corner that goes around. That's how big this room is. Go the wrong way here. Some of the benefits for me were to really realize that I'm not alone, right? Being able to meet other women and networking specifically was really crucial. I have 4 really good friends now that we have an email thread, just the 5 of us, and it's kind of fun. Full disclosure, my confidence level was down. There's no really reason why. I didn't even realize it until I got to SciNet. Being in this fast-paced environment where you're able to teach others what you know and learn from and work with some of the smartest people in the industry, it gets your heart pumping and makes you remember why you loved your job in the first place. And why, you know, I remembered why specifically I fell in love with networking. The benefits for me of this opportunity are still presenting themselves. SciNet participants develop relationships with the HPC community, with partner vendors and institutions. Your organization can gain IT resources with fellow engineers to call upon for help and share lessons learned in your field. This opportunity amounts to real-world job training you can bring back to your institution. With this opportunity to attend SciNet, I was able to bring back a better understanding on how wireless networks function, new and improved attitude and confidence in what I do. This I know will help me be more productive and less stressed about issues that could arise within our environment and leads overall to a better working environment within my group. With that said, would I attend and be a part of SciNet again? I really hope to be. It was really an awesome time in my life, and just meeting those 4 women, I can't express to you verbally how important that is and how much I didn't realize before it happened how critical it was for me. So absolutely, and I'm looking forward to hopefully going back again. Would I recommend this? Yes, definitely. Individuals and institutions can really benefit from this experience.
Great, thanks. So one of the things I'll add about the funding is we are looking at not just funding 5 new women to attend, but to continue to fund the 5. What we'd like to do is build a kind of stockpile so that it's not just the 5 and then they go away and that's the end of it. So one of the things we actually hope is some of the organizations will see this and see how valuable it is and actually choose to fund their staff to go again. It is a big time commitment, as Meg says. If you actually go for the whole setup and you stay through the teardown, you're committing to 2 weeks. And so it is, a big time commitment for your job. It's a big time commitment for your family. To give you an idea of cost, Austin was pretty expensive. It cost about $5,000 per staff person. So if you're contemplating to send somebody, Salt Lake will be less expensive than that. But just the sheer 2 weeks of hotels and in our case, 2 weeks of per diem, that the airfares become minor compared to what it actually costs. But these are the NCAR booths, my own alma mater there. But Jason is next to me, and Sana and Kathy and Amy and Debbie and Meg, and then standing next to her is Mary Hester. And so hopefully, in addition to the 5, these women also have made great connections. Mary's quite a mentor of her own, and Lauren is also a great mentor. And Jason, although not a woman, is a great mentor as well. So I've certainly learned a lot from this process. I've learned a lot from these people. So you never know when you dive into a new project whether it's going to work or not work or be successful. And fortunately, we had a great set of the first 5 that we awarded, and they were very enthusiastic and willing. We did try and give as much guidance as possible. It's hard to prep anybody for going to SciNet because it's just an overwhelming experience, I think, to anyone. And so we did as much as we could to sort of pre-warn people as to the magnitude of work, the scope of the work, the scale of the work, and just kind of working for 5 days straight. But you do have to kind of be prepared for that, whether you go in any case as a woman or not. So questions or discussion?
So I'm really excited to hear about us doing this. The one question that keeps coming back to my mind is are there organizations that are working to fix the pipeline that's feeding this? And what I mean by that is I have a daughter that was exceptional at math and science and technology, and I had to move her schools because there came a point where there was one school she got into at 7th grade, I guess it was actually 9th grade, that it was a disaster. I mean, she loved math. She was 3 years ahead. She would have had calculus by the time she was sophomore or junior, and yet because of the environment and the fact that the school did not prioritize the environment, it was the dirty boys, so to speak, in the classroom. The teacher didn't make it an inviting place for women, and literally made it a nightmare. So I had to move her. Is there things that are, you know, because it made me sick actually, because I made a lot of effort to have a girl that likes science and technology and math, and in one quarter she went from liking it to hating it, and coming home and just, you know, and so what are they doing to fix the pipeline?
Well, NC WIT, you know, and is working on this. I think every school is working on it. It is a, when they first asked me to co-chair it, I said, no, I don't think I'm a good person to do this because I'm so pessimistic and depressed about the whole thing. Because I really think it is a birth to death problem. I mean, I think it starts with parents. When I look back, and I don't know about Meg's background, and Michelle can certainly chime in here, but when I look back, I had incredible encouragement from a father and a brother and an uncle who nobody ever said, you can't do this, you're not good at this. And I had incredible teachers. And, you know, in my reverse, I never actually thought I was particularly good at math. And I got accelerated in junior high. And I'm thinking, well, somebody must think I'm good at this. So because of that encouragement, and I had excellent teachers. And at the time, when I was in calculus, 50% of the class was women. But when you went into the college level, of how many of those women actually went into any kind of, even STEM, okay, science, technology, engineering, math, you know, it dropped off precipitously. So then you think, okay, well, what happens? What happens in that transition? And is it that they're just not aware of it, or they're intimidated by it, or they just don't like it? And one of the things that came out in my conversation with NCAR was, you know, when you look at that chart from the beginning, and that clearly there are a lot of women working, what is it about medicine or even some of the sciences? So biology does pretty well. You know, I was talking to these guys about paleoclimate, but paleoclimate for some reason does pretty well with women. What is it about that environment that is more appealing and inviting to women, and how do we make our environment more like that? I think somebody needs to sort of study that and figure out, okay, what is it that, you know, in law, you know, why do more women, lots of women go to law, which so, you know, I think that we do need to look at our environments. And so, but I do agree with you. I think it goes all the way from when you have children, you know, funny little comments people make can turn kids off. When I look at me and my sister, we had completely different, you know, growing up experiences. And my sister was not encouraged at the same level, and she didn't go into any kind of technology. And I don't think it had anything to do with whether she had the skill set or the smarts. You know, somebody at some point probably said, oh, you can't do math. And just a simple comment like that, somebody decides that, oh, I'm not good at that. And so I think we all need to be careful. I don't have children, so I can't personally influence this, but you know, I think any of you need to think when you say things, and I told a story about how I brought gifts to a friend, and I, you know, brought very stereotypical gifts for the girls and stereotypical gift for the boy. Well, the little girl takes the engineering set and starts building the tool, and I'm thinking, that was poor form on my part. So, you know, I think we all do these things, and we just need to be careful that we don't discourage people. But there are groups, and there's some really interesting stuff going at the university levels, and I think for all of you that can influence that. Harvey Mudd does an interesting thing where they, actually the first year of IT, they pull the women out of classes and sort of have them just be in female classes, and get that intimidation factor away, and get them kind of equalized and spun up. The feeling a lot of males come in already, you know, with egos about their phones and their computers, and they've been playing, and where women are more social beings, and so they've probably been doing a few other things. And so, you know, you kind of get them equalized, and then the women go into the joint, and that's been very successful. They have a very successful retaining level. You know, one of the things I find depressing, and I was telling somebody about this, is there was an article a couple months ago in Newsweek about, you know, the startups and high techs in California, and sort of the backwards way we're going about discrimination, sexist comments, sexist jokes. You dare complain, you get fired, or you don't get promoted. And I find that depressing, because having gone through 30 years of this, where I've seen the culture actually change at NCAR, it's a constant, I think it requires constant vigilance, constant education. I don't think you can bring young staff in and not make sure, you can't just assume that they know what they're doing. You know, you need to make sure that they have diversity training, and or just reactivated diversity training because they realized they had some problems. You know, that they thought they had everything fixed, but you know, it's not. It's an ongoing education process, and so I guess I'm finding it a little depressing about that. I find, you know, it a bit depressing in media and TV how women are represented. I would like to see that changed, and so, you know, the question is, do we stop going to movies where, you know, there's not a positive representation? I'm pretty sure that most of the lawyers I go to never wear the outfits that women wear in most of the law shows I see, or the CSI shows, or you know, they wouldn't be dressed like that. They would have a practical outfit on. So, you know, I think that there's this weird stereotype that's still going on that we need to get rid of, which is why I was so pleased to see Star Wars, where she was actually wearing practical clothes that were, you know, useful for what she was trying to do to save the world.
Well, and they weren't, you know, not to be weird, but they weren't like, they were kind of conservative, you know, like they weren't the flashy video games where they're a little bit more revealing than I would like to see. But, you know, I think it, you know, it was nice to see a fresh look on a different, like with a different take. So.
No, I thought that was good, but I think that, you know, for those of you who do have kids, and if you see a negative experience going on, I think you need to make, you don't just pull your kid out, you say, you gotta fix this, you know, you're discouraging my child.
Ironically enough, we tried to. It was one of those teachers that had been there forever, and
You know, obviously you can't always change it, but I think that pushing back and making people aware of it. And when you see, one of the things about male advocates is, if you see inappropriate behavior, I can tell you a peer saying, a male saying to a male, that's inappropriate behavior, is going to have a lot more impact than a female complaining and saying that's inappropriate behavior. And so, or that's an inappropriate comment, or I'm always amazed when you hear comments, I can't believe you just said that. So, you know, I actually had a boss a few years ago who just constantly made inappropriate jokes, and he'd give public talks with inappropriate cartoons, and I'm thinking, somebody stop him. But in my case, I was young, I'm a junior, I couldn't really say, you know, Bill, that's not okay. You know? And so, and it, you know, it happens more frequently than I would like. But other questions, discussions, and success stories.
I was just going, you know, just kind of thinking about the discussion and with SC16 coming to Utah, Salt Lake City next year. You know, there are opportunities to even kind of step back. We worked with a STEM project this year, and those grant funds actually come out of our governor's office of economic development. It was a robotics class. And are there opportunities leading into the coming year where perhaps, you know, looking to identify grants that would give women in high school, for example, an opportunity to shadow and get embedded both in the activities going on around the state within both education research and the corporate environment leading up to getting into, you know, even shadowing what's, you know, I understand that it's pretty intense once they're putting SC16 together, but they have opportunities to actually kind of look over somebody's shoulder and see what's going on and get a taste of this, you know, before even they get into a program, but just get introduced to see some of the things that are out there and what that world looks like to them. Because even with the robotics class, I think, you know, as I've looked at some of that, it's pretty well dominated, and just wondering if there's some opportunities that lead into that next year on a local level.
Well, SC is very excited about this, and I think they're looking for anybody who has creative thoughts about, you know, how to increase diversity. I think, Jason, we had a conversation yesterday about, you know, potential internships, you know, within our organizations. You know, could we target, you know, bringing, you know, women in or minorities in to, you know, sort of spin up on, you know, sort of the higher end of networking. So I think all of us, you know, should contemplate creative ways. I think that certainly if any of you are interested in funding somebody to go to SC for WINS in this particular configuration, you know, we could certainly, you know, present that. As I said, the WINS project is sort of in a transition right now, but we are looking to diversify the funding. I'm certainly not here asking for money, but, one of the things that Westnet could consider is, do we want to fund a scholarship that sends somebody to SC? And, SC is just one location. It happens to be a really unique place where you get hands-on network building, but, there's certainly other conferences you could go to that aren't necessarily SC. But, it's something we could all contribute to and say, okay, we'll have our own selection committee or whatever the case may be, and specifically fund somebody to go from the Westnet community. To be perfectly honest, I think we had a number of submittals. I pushed hard to get submittals from the Westnet area, and I appreciate everybody doing that. The competition was tight in the particular national level. There's discussion about opening it internationally. I kind of have mixed feelings about that. ESNet didn't. Well, NSF refused to let us do international this year because of their funding restrictions. But, there's, to me, the problem's so large in the United States, I'd actually like to kind of keep it to the United States. But, they're certainly looking for, different communities, diversity. But I think, that high school level is a good place to point as well, because as Mike says, how do you get, that's one of my impressive things, is you got to get women interested in this relatively early so they go get the degree. How do we get internships? How do we get jobs? And for me, I had a student job that exposed me to IT. And so I encourage kids that are in school, and again, you all have children that you can encourage, but I encourage kids that are in school to get jobs, to get a feeling for what they like, what they don't like, what's out there. I do find it, entertaining. Of those of you I know relatively well, I know Scott, pretty well, and I know Dave pretty well. And of the people I know in technology, how few of their kids actually go into technology. And so,
on that, I thought my role as a parent was to encourage my kids to pursue whatever it was that they were passionate about, as opposed to try to steer them in, my footsteps or whatever. And they had no desire to go into IT. And so I supported them in the directions that they wanted to go. And I still think that's an okay approach.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is. But it in some ways, to me, says something about is, do they watch us and think our lives are so miserable that there's no way in the world I want to go into that field? I have been, but my dad was an architect. And his life, I thought, there is no way I want to be an architect. I worked in his office. I thought, this is not what I want to do. So, I mean, there is this question of, is our community discouraging to, to people going into it? And, and I'm picking on you guys because I know you, but, Peter O'Neill, it was just a very long list of people whose kids, and girls in particular, it's not even just girls, I mean, males and females haven't gone. And the same thing's happening with our friends in science. Of the scientists I know, very few of their kids are going into science. And so, I think, one, there's a lot more choices in life now. I think there's a plethora of jobs you can go do. I think people look at our jobs and think they're not terribly glamorous. And so, they're secure, we get paid well, and, they don't, but maybe we don't also expose them. I saw a TED talk on somebody talking about this topic and saying, when we describe, I have to go to work, I have to work, I have to, that it has this sort of negative connotation, not, hey, I'm excited, I get to go to work today, or, hey, I'm really pumped up about this project I'm working on. And so, do we sort of create an environment that's not very welcoming to anybody, not just women, but it's just an interesting observation I've had that.
So another observation, the NC Wet, I knew that there was this kind of organization that CSU was a member of. I couldn't tell you the acronym. I didn't know that they had resources available to review job descriptions for, the kinds of things that we've talked about. So I think that they have a challenge in terms of elevating. I did a quick look, and I think every member institution every institution represented here is a member, and didn't know that. What Jeff was saying about high school, I think a lot of kids, in high school, they're like, I got no clue what I want to do. And if the counselors could be coached by NC Wit to at least say, there's a lot of opportunity in IT in general, and there's this gender gap that good companies are probably looking to narrow. That might at least get them thinking along those lines. And if you can't get them early, then I think it's kind of lost. That we're all aware, I believe, that good positions that we advertise are so rarely, so it's so rare that we get female applicants at all, let alone good ones. And that's indicative of this whole people just aren't interested in getting into that career path.
For me, from my aspect, it's since I'm no longer naive and I see this problem for what it is, it's more or less of, going off of what I think, Mike, is that your name?
Yes.
Going off of what you said, I think it starts with acknowledging that there actually is a problem. Like you all can do something about this now. Whether it's the way you say something in the office, or you can be a little bit more sensitive to applications that come in. Maybe you can have your HR or whomever remove names off of there, so you're just seeing the applications for themselves. But now that, I kind of view it as, now that I'm aware, what am I going to do about it? So that's why I was so pleased when Marla asked me to come help, because I love to tell you what happened with me, and being exposed to having that dinner with those 4 ladies and going, wow, there's a ton of ladies here, but there really isn't. We're so used to being in, work environments that have no ladies. So when we see them, we're like, wow, there's a lot, when there's not. So I think having each one of you know and start from there, I think that's the best way that we can help minimize this problem. Right.
I think a couple other things that, and as I said, it's interesting right now, and I don't know if there's always been so many articles about this, but we exchange articles amongst mostly the IT University group, and how much this is actually discussed in media. So it's not that nobody is thinking about it. And I think because there's been a lot of publicity with the Googles and the Amazons of the environment, and they're actually losing. They're not leaving to go work someplace else in IT, they're leaving the field. So there's actually, again, a decline. And I just read an article of a woman who decided to go off and start her own restaurant or something. I don't know. They're not, again, because the environment is not the environment they want to be in. They don't leave because, they just are going to go someplace else, where I think men are kind of climbing the ladder. So I find that disturbing. But one of the things I'm not a poster child for hiring women. I have 2 women who work for me, and both of them were grown from inside. And I think that's something to also look at. They were administrative assistants or in another field, and I saw potential, and you kind of look and say, hey, they have a particular aptitude for databases, and you pull them in and start training them, and that's another way to get women involved. The other thing I've heard University of Colorado do, and I don't know if that's true, but they've started a networking program or an IT program tied to arts and science instead of being in the engineering school. I think there's just a general intimidation of being in engineering. And so they've realized there's actually a lot of IT talent that don't want to be engineers. And so, they're picking those people up for, developing web and app. And there's a lot of stuff that, you don't have to be a hardcore engineer to do. You can certainly have an aptitude for technology. And, I think they're starting to try and look at pulling talent from the larger arts and sciences programs. And so I think that's something universities can certainly look at as, maybe an experimental program. When I was in college, a long time ago, I encouraged every one of my roommates, and one was getting a journalism degree, one was getting an English degree, and one was getting a psychology degree. And I said, whatever you do, take a couple computer classes. Because I said, the way the world is going, everybody's going to use a computer. I said, whether, you're working in advertising or you're working in art or whatever you're going to do. And they didn't. But they all have come back to me and said, we really should have taken a computer class. And, I don't know if that's required in universities at this point where everybody has to take some sort of IT class. But, that's another way to sort of, show people
but yeah, there's this thing and you can use it. I think the other thing all degrees probably struggle with is, how are you gonna actually use this? What cool job can you do? I was in Hawaii in December, and Jason Lee has moved from University of Illinois Chicago and set up a cave wall thing there. And so he's doing a demo. He had a couple of students in there, all males, but he had a couple of students in there. And they take this policy where you can do anything you want in 3D. We don't care what you do. It doesn't have to be practical. One guy did a fly through of the Starship Enterprise. You could go on long rings. And 3D is really cool. Because he said whatever they do, it's going to be applicable to some job, probably, because they can go into movie making, they can go into car design, they can go into airplane design. And you just want to get them thinking, creative, figure out the tools to do this. Because once they have the tools, they can apply it to all sorts of things. And so maybe we don't make it fun enough to show how interesting it is that what we do. So anyway, that's, Kelly, you had raised your hand.
I did. So, not meaning to detract everything you've said, I agree with very much, but I wonder if there's also a multi-generational aspect to this. And here's the reason. I have one daughter, and a bunch of sons and one daughter, and when she was growing up, her role model was her mother. And her mother was consumed with family life and motherhood and all those kinds of things. And I wonder if we need to also be working with the grandmothers, that's now past that and can actually do this kind of encouragement with their granddaughters. We're trying to do that with our granddaughters. There's something beyond what you're seeing in your home necessarily with regard to all of the maternal things that are going on there. And my mother, or my wife, her mother grew up in the 1950s and 60s. It was very stereotypical there. So it wasn't so much that we discouraged her, it was that that's kind of almost in some sense was the natural innate encouragement. And I'm just suggesting there may be a multi-generational aspect of this that's worth pursuing as another farm.
Well, and it is that ability to, I think, expose kids to diverse views and diverse worlds. And so I think in our society, to some extent, some girls get exposed to that, but they don't all. And I had a mother that worked. She was very strong and independent, and she had a great set of people that adored her. And I got to see that. I worked in her office as well. And so, I think that what you do get exposed to does make a difference. So, the more you can. And NCAR has, we have the same issue in science as well. So we have a number of programs trying to bring minorities in. We have a short program to bring minority high school in, to expose them, let them see what science is. We have a Sci-Parks program, which is bringing people in to expose them to high performance computing, visualization data, that kind of thing, to try and get them to think about that. We're trying to get them at the high school and undergraduate level so that they go in, to get their graduate degrees. And I know all this stuff takes time. If you have I think universities, you guys all have student jobs. So, the more you can bring diverse students in, so you can find some women out there to actually encourage them to stay in. NCAR has student jobs. We have a fabulous woman right now. I get quite a kick out of her. But she is working in our field right now, but she's not going to stay there. She's getting a PhD in operating system design, so she's going to go off and design computers, whatever she's going to do. But she'll stay in IT. She's not going to stay in kind of our research and education world. But at least she's going to stay in IT, and so she and I have talked quite a lot about how she ended up in her field, and I think the other thing, for men and women, again, is that encouragement. If you do see someone that has any interest in it, mentor them, encourage them, give them some chance to come see what you do, have a shadow. We have a bring your kids to work day, and the more people can do that, and hopefully that day you're doing something fun and interesting, so they're not. Oh, I want to do this. Me screaming in my office, going, no. So anyway, any other questions? Anything else you want to add?
No.
Michelle, you're a female in this field.
I think there is a lot of awareness out there in general that, well, I shouldn't say that. There's a lot of emphasis being put on women in technology in general right now. I sponsor, or I'm one of the support people for with a CS at BYU, women in CS, and even though it's not, directly in my field, you see a lot of different perspectives as you reach out to people like that, and working with the vendors out there in the different companies, they're really aware of this as well. So there's a lot of opportunities that maybe people just don't know about. But I think to Mike's point, it's beyond, it starts earlier than probably what the university is right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think that the education part, we have to get a bigger pipeline. I mean, so there is an issue. I guess I don't feel I'm in a position to influence that pipeline. I think it's important. My brother was a teacher and a principal for 30 years, and he and I have been talking a lot about this. And he found some woman in junior high that was in principal, whatever it is, and he wanted me to do something, and I'm kind of, well, what am I going to do? So I think that you have to find people at the right levels. I hope because you are educators and you're in educational institutions, you do have some influence of that educational component. Certainly through NCAR, I'll do what I can to get younger people in. But
I think probably the biggest benefit that I've heard today is the fact that the encouragement from other males does help a lot. And I think that's a good message to spread.
Yeah. So anyways, you're more aware of it. Hopefully when you're out there wandering around, you think about it. And, if you see people that you can mentor and encourage, certainly. If there's ideas you have, certainly I'm willing to take those and do, again, what I can with the I2 influence I have and whatever we just decide to do with the WINS program. I encourage you, if there are women that you can send into these communities, you've seen from Meg how important it is to have that resource and that network that you can build. So, think about that when you're thinking of training and sending people to workshops and conferences, those kind of things. But again, this was mostly to make you sort of more aware of the issues and things you can do, and that I think each of us can have some influence on. So thanks, everyone. Thanks, Meg. So there's two topics in the Westnet history. One is lightning talks, and Kelly has taken over running that because David didn't show up last year, and we served him. So lightning talks are really geared to be fast. 5 minutes, I think, is what you're supposed to do. You can certainly talk about something work-related. We encourage you to talk about something that's not work-related, something fun, interesting that you do in your life. So if you have a lightning talk you'd like to do, let Kelly know. You can either email him or talk to him personally. Yes?
If you're new, like Kevin Dudd up there, there's
What?
Yeah. You gotta do it. I'll do it.
They're very fun. I encourage Meg to do that as well. So they're very fun.
I'll do it. Tell us who you are.
Yeah. Actually, the most entertaining part of the Wednesday meetings. And then Scott, who just walked out, is going to do what are you doing about? And so if you have things that you want to talk to your fellow Westnetters about, that you're struggling with, or something you want to know what the trend is, let him know, and he'll put that on the what are you doing about topic. And you will be asked to do a 5-minute madness. So you run that and that's really just very quick. We really do want you to do 5 minutes of the kind of top things you're doing in your organization that have to do with IT, kind of what your top priorities are. So you go through that. And if you are going to put a list of that together, if you send that list to me, then we'll actually post that on the agenda. And it's just kind of nice if later you're trying to figure out who said they were working on, SIP, then you can go find that list and find the organization. So you're welcome to email me that list. So, Chad, you're up.
I'm up. Hi, everyone.
Chad's from DU.
From DU, I'm getting over a cold, so bear with me in my voice. I suggested this topic last Westnet, so here I am. That's how it works here for the newbies. And we'll be presenting on it. Of course, I forgot and didn't notice it until about 4 days ago. So whip this together. Talk to Jeff. He's on this topic as well.
Not that I didn't remind you.
You did remind me, so I'll just get started. So It was, gosh, 6 years ago when Brad Stone, I think, was up here from BYU saying, hey, we're going to do this new thing called ServiceNow. We really like it. And I remember 6, 7 years ago going, gosh, do you need something like that? We had a really bad situation of support. So really back, I'll just go quickly through a couple slides here. Back in 2012, we had a CIO who really wanted to light the fire with a new ITSM-based solution. He wanted us to start working towards ITIL. He believed in the ITIL principles. So we went through a RFP process and we whittled it down and ended up choosing ServiceNow. I kind of see them as a software as a service. If you talk to ServiceNow, they're a platform as a service. You buy into their platform, their coding mechanisms. I don't know that I could even show this, but we're spending about $80 a month per user on this platform, which at that time was unfunded. So it was a big spend for us to even go into this and then get that into the budget and stick with it moving forward. So we signed for about 120 users. We're up to about 140 today. We don't charge decentralized IT support to come into the fold. We think there's benefit from it. So we have decentralized and centralized IT using it and some other one-offs. When you go with ServiceNow, they'll deploy a dev, test, and production environment for you in their cloud and their hosted environment. And again, they keep using the word platform. We're in control of when we clone from one to the other. I am not part of the administration team of this product. I'm simply a director that uses the product. We have a couple people that would do that cloning activity and help do some of the development. ServiceNow does make you go to their new versions, and they're all named, I think, cities by alphabet, and we're up to Geneva coming soon. So Dublin, I forget all the names of the cities, and I don't really care about that, but it just illustrates their focus on moving forward with new functions and features, which of course can break things. That's why you test and do things. Let's see. So we have, they call them modules. We're using incident, change, problem. I don't know that they're all called modules, but on my left drawer, I see all these. Self-service, SDLC is how we ask for enhancements. Knowledge, user satisfaction surveys. We did the Bongar integration, which is our remote support tool for our help desk. As a result of this project, now we have regular change meetings to assure we're not stepping on one another. We try to put in changes that might affect one another. It was something we were doing a really bad job as a division. So I think, if anything, this has really helped us as a division get more on the same sheet of music when we're doing major upgrades, even minor upgrades. We're testing, trialing some of these other modules called Project, Time Card. Asset has a discovery module where it'll go out and discover all the things in your network. If you give them the right credentials, it'll stuff those into a database. We are struggling big time with Asset at DU. The way in which we buy assets, track them on the financial system versus on the IT system, and then really come into play. How do those assets really tie to services? And then if you're going to upgrade one of those assets, it's going to affect these services. The idea of the previous CIO was a service operations center, a SOC, not a NOC, and we are by far not there yet. But the idea is, if you have asset really tied in well, it'll do your financial pieces, inventory pieces, financial prediction pieces, and it will also help you with understanding what is tied to what service, so that when things go down or go out, you know which services are impacted. I feel it is a bit of a nirvana, but if we can get there someday, that's great. We have long meetings about how we could do this. We tested Discovery. It's a very expensive module from ServiceNow. And yeah, it discovered all these great things, but just tying it all together was going to take a lot more code. We're not using it for standards-based configurations today, but we're looking at it. We kind of call those golden configs. We're not really using the social IT piece.
You said the pricing is based on a user?
Per user per month.
And what about these modules? So
that's a great question. Great question. Okay, so incident, change, problem, and knowledge, all built. A lot of the modules are built in and free. You just need to enable them in your environment and use them. There are some modules that are extra, and I think
largely focused on deep automation.
Say again.
The ones that require additional charge are largely focused on deep automation, aren't they?
guess
Team automation.
Yeah.
On automating and integrating with other.
Yeah,
things.
automating and integrating things oftentimes takes a little bit extra money to get going with it, and I think those are one-time costs. Frankly, I don't write the POs or get the quotes, so I'm not really up on the financial side, but I know discovery for us was gonna be like another $60,000, just to give you some kind of reality check, and that may be worth it, because of how much time are you spending doing all the stuff that it does, if you get it right. Let's see, so in 2012, we quickly learned that you need to develop this product. Out of the box, it doesn't do everything. It doesn't make toast like you want it to. So for about 18 to 24 months, we engaged in development, mainly in-house. A few key folks on our staff were doing it. It didn't come out of our enterprise applications group. It came out of a service group that really led the charge on this. Then we hired Cloud Sherpas to come in and help us with our knowledge portal launch. There was definitely some missteps in that they tried to help us get corrected. We really wanted in knowledge to move away from all these static support pages and move into a searchable knowledge base for support articles. Sounds simple, doesn't it? And then we were realizing our Google search appliance wasn't figuring out that stuff. We finally conquered that, but the idea that you want to search and have it find results that are relevant, pretty important. We had a key staff leave DU in 2004 that really did a lot of that development. So we were kind of high and dry. We're still in a maintain only mode to present day. Our enterprise application programmers, they weren't involved in the beginning, but they keep getting tugged in and now realize they need to be part of this. So that staff departure forced us to stop, take a step back, and start an internal steering committee made up of some key people in our division, and they've been meeting regularly for the last few months. So that's kind of where we're at today. Just showing you some other development things we've done. We have, back when we had a good developer and regular meetings with distributed IT, we went into this area where we gave some of the distributed IT their own little areas and support areas, and that means they get their own surveys, and really they wanted to hold on to support of certain IT functions in their areas. So athletics, campus safety, our business school, and library are examples. We went off into a whole non-IT process with marketing and communications, using ServiceNow to bring in that request and manage those requests through workflow. So it's an example of really not an IT-focused shop using the product and package. This was a screenshot of a library request form for some support at libraries. This is best I could find in the package, the BOMGAR integration. Basically, there's notions of session keys. When you call for support and someone's going to take over your screen, there's a session key, and then the BOMGAR software does its whole thing. We have a BOMGAR server. We've bought BOMGAR. What the integration with ServiceNow lets you do is as the call comes in, you document that BOMGAR integration in the ticket as it goes. You save the screenshots. You take a movie of what the problem is on the remote user's computer, capture that, and that's stored into the ServiceNow incident. So that can be beneficial when a ticket's getting moved between different areas of support. You can see what the first customer service agent already did with the user, because those are the things you were going to tell them to troubleshoot anyway. You can now play back and see those screenshots. So it's been a useful tool for us. There's obviously many remote packages out there, but our support folks really like BOMGAR. This is our knowledge portal. This is what a student, an average Joe, you can go to this public page once you're logged in, actually. You have to be logged in to even see this page, but this took a lot of work, and you'll see examples from other universities where this is much more built out with service catalog items. Ours is pretty vanilla at this point. And so, you know, this is the front door to how incidents come into our system, is through this look. This is what a login screen looks like. Notice mobile friendly, tablet friendly, mobile device friendly, web browser friendly, easy to get logged in. Students, staff, faculty. I'm going to switch gears to telecom. I'm in charge of 13 people on my team. And I realized when we launched the product that if you don't know what you're doing of setting up views or filters or gauges, you will lose track quickly of where these incidents are, these requests are, the things we were trying to do. As a user, as a worker, you don't know where any of this stuff is. And out of the box, this is not built for you. So working with one of the administrators, I came up with a whole bunch of custom filters and views that are easy to build if you know how to do that, but a lot of my people don't. But once I built a few of them and I realized this is what I want my people to see, he was able to then put that in the hands of all my users so that my people weren't saying, I don't know anything about what you're talking about. And this was a few months of like realization that the package out of the box needed some help. So I have these gauges and filters. I've put it into an Excel and I tell my people, look, please look at this. This is how you're going to go in and add this gauge about tasks unassigned, request items, incidents, assigned to me, any changes we're going to be doing, any projects we're working on, things like that. That way, if they log in, that's a whole other thing. If they log in, they should be able to see the work that they need to do. I still have a few people on my staff have trouble just logging in. If they don't get an email reminder that something's been sent to them, they don't know about it. And that's been tough, I'll tell you. And I don't know how to overcome that. And I don't have a great answer for that, but I work on it with people all the time. This is an example where I'm struggling is I got break fix operation, like all of you. All the people that come to work every day, they're working on break fix. And I kind of define that as a phone stopped working. A port needs to be patched in. Something that was working is not working. We need to prioritize an incident first. And then once you're done with those, you need to start working on some projects. And we have lots of projects at DU. So, you know, for individuals prioritizing their workday on quick break fix things versus long-term project things that if they don't get done, the project will be behind. I don't have an easy answer for that. And I'm still not there. And I'm here to say today I need help. And
have you thought about splitting operations in engineering?
I don't have enough people. I get told that all the time. You need to have this team that only does conversions and projects. And you need to have this team that only does break fix. I do that at a micro level day to day. But really, I don't have enough people to do that. I realize I'm trying to do more projects and do more things than we have people hours in a work week, in a month, and a year, which leads to that I need to hire in some contractors or I need assistants to do these conversions quicker. But having some metrics helps support that, Dave.
We took our same group of people. We have one person who takes all incoming tickets, all the incoming break fixes. He tries to do a third tier resolution. And if he has to go to another guy to get higher level tech support, he will. But
yeah,
that sort of helped us. You know, we were 70, 80 tickets a week down to 2 or 3 now.
Yeah, I have effectively done that with a few voice people, but on the network side, it's harder. And again, I'm trying not to have two sides. I'm trying to be one telecom that does everything. It's challenging. So I have these reports that are built in. This is an example of a report that we ran on a given project, Secure, and this is so someone can just click one button and go, okay, on this project, I know all these are assigned to me, and this is what I got to get done to keep the project going. And they're good in project like meetings where we just are talking about a specific project. We'll go to this report and make sure everybody's aware that they are part of a bigger picture of getting this project done. I don't really use the graph one much. I just showed it. This is right out of the box, this stuff. I'm not using the project module to do these kinds of things. Here's a screenshot of my login. Okay, I've got break fix stuff coming in as incidents, and then I have request items that we've come up with for project management where we key in phases and what needs to be done. In this case, it's not assigned to anybody. I try to let people grab things. Who here likes to take care of punch lists on the tail end of a project? Nobody. So that's a big one. You know, all these little things we got to remember to finish before we move on to the next project. So I end up having to assign those usually. Service catalog is a huge thing when you go into this ServiceNow or any ITIL-based package. This was an early screenshot of what our service catalog looked like in telecom. And we've struggled with service catalog as a whole, as a division, and getting them into the system correctly with SLAs correctly. I'm here to say we don't have that nailed. Our service catalog looks pretty small today. This is it. When we look at Brigham Young's and others, they're probably way more mature than ours. I showed you kind of those departmental things, but on the left, at the end of the day, that's our service catalog. And by the way, we do tons more things. We just haven't formalized that in the service catalog process and put SLAs around it or more intelligent forms to grab the right information up front. That takes development.
Well, and Chad, don't beat yourself up, because we actually have a religious battle going on at the University of Utah as to what is a service that is, that belongs in the service catalog.
We do.
So, it's,
who owns the service?
Our catalog is no bigger than yours,
Yeah.
not because we haven't identified a whole long list of things that need to be exposed, but because the religious battles go on.
This one alone, I don't know if network printing is the bane of half the room, okay? It is the bane of our operation. When you want a network printer, you have to decide you want to buy it, get it, cable it, patch it in the LAN, get an IP, put it in the Windows queue, the banner queue, go out and touch desktops, do whatever. I mean, so if you don't realize it, but I don't have a screenshot, but that one there, we spent 8 months on. And in ServiceNow, you diagram out all this logic of what happens and where it goes and what group and decision gets made, goes into this queue, does this, does that. I think it works pretty well. If you ask half the staff, oh, it doesn't work well at all, we need to change it again. So that's one that we thought, gosh, we're gonna use this package to really streamline network printers. Well, it's not as easy as you think, but I think in general it's going better. So our key lessons learned so far, in my perspective only, no one else on UTS has helped me with this today, is that there's always more work to do. The next version is always being promised by the ServiceNow people to do more, and just wait for the next version, wait for the next version. There's a lot of that goes on, I find, in the discussion with the company. If I were to give you advice, get more programmers on board day one in a project like this. And it doesn't even have to be ServiceNow. Whichever one you go with, you need programming and customization. Or think about subcontracting some of that out, getting some help, getting some consulting hours. SLAs, we still can't decide. We still have trouble documenting how long should it be when a phone isn't working till we repair it? How long till a switch is down till we have to go fix it? Those are examples in telecom. Do send some of your people to the local or regional user group meetings. You get a lot out of those meetings. I think it's good for others to seek ideas. And this product doesn't fit all. It doesn't do everything, but it does a lot. So those are some lessons learned. And just gave you some links to some of the ServiceNow stuff. So maybe in a year I'll have more good things to say, or things we've conquered or done. I think as a whole, we have raised consciousness of changes, documenting problems, streamlining when a problem means hundreds or tens or 20 calls coming into our help desk. We can manage that better now than we ever have been able to do before. So I think using ServiceNow has really elevated our service levels and made awareness of our whole division that we're in this to provide good service to people. So in that respect, it's been a successful project for us.
So do your project managers, do they use this tool?
Well, so we're struggling. I have a PM just in telecom. We had a PMO formed, and now that office has been turned down. We're trying to turn it back up. So I had a PMO office under the old CIO. When he left, they did some staff reductions, got rid of our PMO. So we have no PMO. We have all these directors like me doing our own projects and assistant directors. In my group alone, I had created a project manager in my position, and we're struggling. How do we use this without a bunch of customization to manage projects and break fix all in one view? It's not easy. So the best thing we've come up with are things like the screenshot I showed you, where we write phase one, the building and what it is, and then we write reports that key on those kind of text variables. Poor man's way of reporting, but at least I can see how many tasks do I have out here. And sometimes we've overtasked projects to death. We've kind of eased back a little bit on that. And then how does he take what that is showing him and either move it to Microsoft Project or some kind of dashboard? At the end of the day, I need dashboards week to week or quarter to quarter to show my boss, here's where we're at, and here's where we're struggling or behind, and I'm not there yet, and I want to be there, and that's in his performance goals this year to help me get there. We learned in the project module to The project thing is his baby, and we kind of called it ugly day one, and he admitted it, and he said, yeah, we know, we're working on it, and we haven't revisited it in about a year. So I'm still in project, but in project, I'm documenting all these request items, and that's so manual
Are
today.
you the only one that can close those, or can anybody get in and close those?
No, I want my staff to, when they think they're done. Now that my guys added request items to me to do final closet inspections. Like, how do I do a quality check that my whole team came together and this thing's working beautifully and everything's good?
Well, it's a struggle, from a collaborative aspect, from going from our procurement, so we've got bid, procurement, and then we start, we go into the build, design, and so to have a collaborative tool between, say, our NOC, our field guys, our engineering guys, it's just, we struggle with that as well. Right now we have our own tools, and I think, Jeff's going to get into some of that, but yeah, it's to try to have a tool. I mean, I use Excel. I mean, for what I do.
So do we.
I mean, per project,
yeah.
It doesn't work for me,
What we've done is these conversions, the big things for me at DU now is we're doing closet conversions for unified communications, for Wi-Fi upgrade, and LAN edge switch replacement all in one project. And so now where I'm at is I have these engineering meetings, and those are all put in here so that my engineers are drawing, coming up with the right documents, getting through the engineering, which then leads to procurement, receiving it, configuring it, scheduling the cutover, doing the cutover, and then the punch list. That circle. We want to get good at this. We're on phase 3 of 12 phases. Is what I believe it'll take me to get through all 110 buildings. And every phase we do, we're kind of learning as a team, this is not working for us. We need to change it here. Even up to today, I'm getting resistance from certain team members. Why are we doing all this? Well, I need a way to report on it. So I use my boss in vain that I need a way to keep these projects organized. And I'm sorry you have to do your part, but I'm sorry.
So how many institutions do you actually use ServiceNow? Half dozen. It might be almost worth starting to think about a Westnet special interest group or something like that. Gets together on a regular basis and has phone calls and discusses issues, perhaps even teleconference or video conference types.
What I find is, and I guess I missed it on my lessons learned, because I had someone read my PowerPoint before I presented today. He just triggered my mind on something that I wanted to mention. So even change, request item, incident, problem definitions, we still struggle with. We're 3 years into this, and we cannot agree on what is a problem and what is a change and what is a request item. So that's huge.
And maybe it should be how many people use ServiceNow but wish they didn't.
Yeah, right. And the last thing is, while this is capable of producing reporting metrics that are important to our leadership and administration, we're not there yet.
Hey,
So that's
Dave, if you want an example of ServiceNow done right, that's working amazingly well, come talk to us at Utah State University. We have incredible success.
Yeah, but you have 10 programmers, you've admitted.
Facility, great, incredible success. There is a ServiceNow users group that already exists in the state of Utah that Kelly, that's already a community that's doing a lot of these things regularly. As a business process management tool, it is amazing. As a project management tool, it's garbage.
Yeah, so how to get
ServiceNow
funding? You have 10 programmers.
No, we have 2. We have 2 full-time programmers on it, but working for workflow, not project management. This is not a tool for everything, but it is a tool to do things really well. And you can significantly negotiate these prices. We are paying under $20 a user a month for full-scale full-scale pieces.
I still think it's worth 80.
Like having a Utah State or a BYU or maybe hosting a seminar and inviting Western institutions to come. Let's just have a dialogue. Let's just have a couple of days of dialogue.
It's a big enough beast, we can do that. Yeah.
So, Shad, just more of a general question.
Yeah.
So you've implemented ServiceNow. So how has it changed your service culture?
how has the campus responded to it? They think you offer better service now? I mean, I know that.
I have perceptions of that. What I haven't gotten into is the surveys. Every incident that's closed, I get a survey. And if they have poor ratings, I see them right away and I address it with making a phone call or addressing it with the employee, what happened here.
So it's really helped make data better.
It has helped me with employee relationships and performance management, definitely as a supervisor. It's tough to tell the campus perception, but one would think. Before, we were supporting by email, okay? Those days are over. We have metrics now. We can illustrate how busy our people are.
And if you don't know what to fix, what's broke, you don't know what to fix.
Yeah, are there tickets, incidents, requests that sit in there for a long period of time and need tickling? Yeah. I get an aged report every week. I look at the aging ones. I try to focus in on why is this one sitting here so long? Can I help it along? Can we close it? What are we waiting on? We'll get students that start tickets, they don't even answer email or phone calls. Well, how do we respond to a student who doesn't interact with us on a cable TV call, as an example? Go ahead, Jeff.
So I'll jump in. Chad had much more information than I was hoping, that I thought I'd be able to provide by this time. Last summer, when we were talking about presentations, at UEN, we were jumping into how can we use JIRA, not just for project management, but that would be our starting point, because that was the most, that was the most critical area that we needed to hit upon first, and then we would push this out as, what did I do wrong there?
Stop.
Did I stop?
I hope so.
Yeah, I can see the numbers. There we go. There we go. So the challenge that we have at UEN is we've had some great solutions in the past that have helped us, I think, do what we need to do. And if I blow off the dust, I'll go all the way back to Remedy, which was a great solution during its life. HP OpenView, where we had a really rough time, which created a reaction within UEN where we decided a few things. First off, we decided we are going to, we need to have a solution that we can all work with, but we're going to go down a path where we think we can do this better on our own internally. And so on that effort, the first thing we did is we started developing a solution called Quick Ticket. Well, Quick Ticket became our really bread and butter for everything we do on maintenance and trouble tickets. It works very well. We have our operations group, our front line that live and die by this. And it's served us very well. But on the project side, it really wasn't designed for project. And we had every intent to be able to start rolling out development to pull Quick Ticket in to support the project side, but it never quite got there. Well, at the same time, showing some of the skeletons in the closet here, our network engineering side was hungry for a solution that they could collaborate with on the planning side. They began using Basecamp. And so we have two primary project managers. We have Kevin Dutt and we have James Brown, who's not here today. And he's working with various entities within our organization. We have field operations, we have our technical service support center that's dealing with our video network, we have our NOC, we have our network engineering, we have our software development group, we have our systems group. And so we have our network engineering really starting to use Basecamp, and our project managers jumping into this some too, as well as having to keep an eye on Quick Ticket. We have JIRA, which has kind of grown out of our software group and organically started to gain traction in other areas of UEN, both technical services and instructional services within UEN. And then Kevin hit on this. On the project management side, we also use Microsoft Project, and we use Excel quite a bit, depending on the nature of the project, the complexity of it, and how we do that. So we're dealing with a few different solutions depending on what group are we working with, what's the nature of the project,
And as you can see here, they don't all tie together. You're not living in a single environment. You're really having to jump in and out. And to add pain to misery for us, if you're field operations and you're traveling around the state, you're spending the least amount of time in any of these solutions, but depending on who they're working with, they all want you to use one of these and keep them all updated and be working with everybody. And so we started down this path saying, all right, we need to get back to a solution that we can all work in together. All the documents are there, the updates are there, we can communicate with one another, we can get this kind of information and work in a shared environment. And so then kind of became the turf war as to what's that solution going to be. We're aware of Utah State University, U of U, using ServiceNow. We're watching that. Some Brian Peterson had some information associated with that. We have our operations center that was really some trying to ensure that Quick Ticket becomes that solution. We have our software group that actually has a lot of in-house knowledge of using Jira that's really trying to make Jira that solution. At the end of the day, starting with project management and the intent to be able to roll this out into some of our other requirements, that's the tip of the iceberg, but our trouble ticketing, everything else, we decided to start with Jira. And we're not as far along as I would hope that we would be at this stage, but just give you a kind of idea, I'll roll through here. I did add Quick Ticket. Quick Ticket right now is our homegrown system that's tracking all issues on the network. Anybody that's tied with those gets the updates. It's actively communicating with everybody. Great operationally, but not a project management tool. So as I mentioned, right now what we have is we have our software development group that's using Jira. We have our system support. On the network side, network engineering, that's actually where they're keeping a lot of their documentation, all their design information. Our web development group's actually using it, and we're using it for tracking issues with some of our internal stakeholders. So we started working with Kevin Branson from our software development group to start defining what do we need out of this, because he is certain that Jira can actually make this happen. And any of you that work with Jira know that it really grew out of software development. But they're really starting to, through third party as well as within Jira, there's development there to make it a broader application, to do more of the things that we would like to do. I would say at this stage, I'm saying that's not exactly there, but we're trying to basically bend it to our will at this time. So right now we're defining the processes. We really try to stick to really standard IT project management best practices as we do this. There's things that we've had to go out third party. We need subtasks. Chad mentioned we need dashboards. I need Jim Stewart. I need Ray Timothy. I need our board. I even need stakeholders to be able to get on and see a dashboard, see where we are in the middle of our projects, our progress, where we're getting hung up. And there's some great features to that. But as of this current stage, we're really just at the infancy where we're starting to now populate it so that we can start proving out the solution. So as I mentioned, its strength is really in managing software development. With some additional plugins that we have, some of them put in, we can do things like Gantt charts. They're starting to provide some of these plugins where we can do some of the things that we expect to see out of a project management tool. Here's the challenge. And this could really, I think, unless we find ways to overcome this, could be a challenge for us. There's still really some issues with terminology on how we do project management as compared to the software development group. Service area equals a project for us, so we have to get our head around that. And issues equals tasks, and it goes beyond that. We have some real terminology changes that as we're configuring this, working with Kevin, at some point we have to get to the right terminology appropriate to what we do for project management. So that can present a challenge too, because initially when we roll this out, Kevin and James are going to be the main ones using this, and then we're going to start pulling in the staff so that they can be updating and reporting. But we need this to succeed. We need to get off on the right footing and ensure this is intuitive and easy for everybody to use. So there's some inherent challenges that we think we're going to face, but I've got to say Kevin Branson has done an excellent job in sitting down with us as we vet out and really define what it is we're trying to do, how we need to do it, how do we make those processes work within this, how do we get the outcomes and deliverables that we need, and he's working side by side, and that's nice having that inherent, because we don't have a lot of programmers, but we do have Kevin, who's a great resource for helping us do this. So in a nutshell, kind of in a 20,000 foot view, as we start getting into what this is going to look like as it comes into the system and we start looking at the dashboard will be able to look at incoming, queued, in progress, resolved, closed tickets. Obviously, in project management, it's much more involved than that as we talk about who's assigned what tasks, are there any dependencies on those tasks, when do they need to be completed, has anything gone into jeopardy because we're outside of our time frame, things of that nature. But as I say right now, where we are is just really in starting to populate this so we can ensure that this is working the way we need. Here's one of the other things that we need to do within Jira right now, and just as recent as yesterday before I came down, we might be changing this. We have predefined service areas that we want to do within this. And so we're trying to keep it where Kevin recommends keeping it to a minimum. So 4 different project areas: administrative projects, network, video, and customer. We do actually oversee and help manage complex projects for our stakeholders around the state sometimes. Sometimes that might be based on the scale of the project, but there's multiple stakeholders involved, and so we kind of provide that glue to help coordinate and be the project manager for those. So we've narrowed it to that. As of yesterday, we might be taking a step back and actually going completely the other direction, where we have a very broad list instead of these service areas. So currently, right now, every project has to fit in one of these before they're defined as a project. And then you'll go into network, you'll see all those projects assigned that are involved. So just to give you kind of an idea, we started populating this, and if I get into James Brown's area, these are his various projects I can jump into within the network area. I can track it. I can punch on workflow to see exactly how it's defined. But I think we've got a ways to go before we even determine, is this really going to fit? And we have some constraints that are driving this. This is something where we have some solution in-house. We have some inherent knowledge. We like, I think, or at least we see interest in ServiceNow. I don't know that we can really afford that. So we're kind of in this crossroads of what do we take on ourselves? What would be better suited to go outside? Right now, we're really going to test the water with this and see where it gets us. I wish it was more mature so I could show you a little more, but by the time we get into spring, we'll start using this. Kevin and James will be using it first before we start pushing it out and pulling in others. James Brown helps by our UE Tech Summit, which is in June. We really got this flushed out. Then we'll start taking steps to take some of those other solutions I mentioned, the functionalities of what's important out of Basecamp, what's important out of Quick Ticket, what's important out of the other solutions, and start building a broader solution that everybody can work within. So we're in the same environment. We can find all the detail we need. We get all the updates we need, and we can stay within Jira. Time will tell.
Is this a platform as a service product?
It is.
Price per user per month type thing?
This is, yeah, and this service is actually, and I wish I could give you the pricing, but the pricing is actually extremely reasonable for doing this and cost of ownership. I think the real cost is really in the development side, making sure we can make this work the way we need to, and that we've got Kevin Branson as a resource and his staff until this is working the way we need to. We don't have a large group in that area, and we need to make sure we can get this done before higher priorities, and I can tell you that has affected us. We are out of the gate pretty hard on this. The priorities came up, slowed down the development on this, and then around November we were able to get back into it in earnest. And so on the dashboard side, this is from the software group. We haven't even gotten to the point to really define our dashboard, but, for example, what you can pull up here, see anything that's come in, what's queued. Currently, when it's queued, it's getting assigned. It's not active until somebody's actually taken that and begun working on that. You can see overdue. There's actually a lot. Any of you that work with Jira, there's a lot of options with dashboards and how you want to display that information. You can filter it down to really get very specific in how you want to see it. So with myself, I may be wanting to look at specific departments, specific people, specific projects. I can do that. Jim Stewart may want to see something much broader. And it's once this work's done, working with the dashboards, I think, is going to be much easier, but we want to be very deliberate on how we even work on our dashboards, because there's some dashboards that we want to standardize on with all of us, even though there'll be the option for every user to customize and add those plugins and those dashboards the way they want to see them. So right now, we're literally in the infancy where we're just starting to populate this so that we can start playing around with it and continue on the development side. I was listening just as Kelly was talking on the architecture side. I mean, so much of our effort right now is really defining what it is we're trying to do within this environment to ensure it works right. And I guess I'm cautiously optimistic. I hope we're not trying to fit a square peg in a round hole to make this thing work, because we need this to be very easy and a good solution for everybody that we bring in, so we get the adoption we need and we get everybody using it. But it's too early to tell right now how well this is going to work. But we are in such great need of getting back into a solution that we can work in as an organization, from both projects, trouble ticketing, tasks, everything that we do. So we'll see how this plays out, and I can certainly provide an update as we progress along and let you know how this goes. Is there anybody here right now that works much with Jira? I think Dave Packham said they do.
We do.
Are you using it for project management at all, or
Yes.
primarily software development?
Yeah, we are. So who's Kevin?
Right here.
Uh-huh. Okay, we'll have to talk.
Okay. So you have designed it to do some project management?
Yeah, we have, light project management.
Yeah.
More reporting on projects than
There you
actual
go.
managing of the
Yeah,
project itself.
Yeah, more, yeah, okay.
Our use of Jira. There'll still be an Excel spreadsheet in the background, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but I think in the background, we use project,
Well, I'd like to get everybody out of those siloed solutions, get everybody working in the same collaborative environment. Whether this is going to be it, we'll see. So are you at here at the university? So that's kind of a very quick overview. So I don't know if I really hit on the things that you want to hear on this, or if there's any questions on kind of where we're trying to go right now with Jira to make this work. Beginning with a project management tool, but much more in ticketing and work orders and everything else that goes involved with an IT organization. Any other questions?
You can get an update from you in the summer.
We can, in fact, and James Brown may have him in tow on that too, because he's planning on presenting on this at our technical summit, which is, we're talking about Westnet, is 7th and 8th of June. So that's when
The doodle poll is active.
Is it? Okay. All right. Now, Eric, are you discussing someone service now?
Well, we're already 15 minutes over on this
Okay.
agenda item, and I have a ton of stuff I could show.
He's already volunteered. You heard
So,
it here. to
later.
present.
Okay.
All right.
Another time.
You heard it here first.
All right,
Thanks.
so it's lunch. Lunch back here. To answer your question about that weird noise, those are, I believe, A310 warthogs that are flying out of the airport. So you don't have to watch everything else. Do touch those over there. There's snow on the mountains, so it really is fun.
Oh,
We
sorry,
all see
yeah.
plenty of snow. We don't need to come here to see snow.
One more not chasing.
It's got some of your international students a little nervous. They're thinking, okay, Korea's letting out hydrogen bombs, we got big jets flying around. It's okay, there's an Air Force base.
And we're very much in the flight
Yeah,
now.
yes,
That's
kind of
not
exciting.
uncommon.
It's a good view here. My brother-in-law was in the Air Force for many years, so, I was going to jets. So, the lunch is back there. What I'm going to apologize for is, I'm from Boulder, my family's from Boulder. There's a lot of vegetarian sandwiches, you know. I know you guys like meat. Somebody's gonna have to be vegetarian. If you don't like vegetarian sandwiches, cafeteria, you're just open. There are meat sandwiches. It shouldn't be a battle. You can eat outside if you're brave and it's cold. You can eat in here. It's really hot. I'm going to open this door. This room has been hot all week, and so. So cold, I guess they turned the heat up. So, or you can go across to the land, across the way, and there's a table. Let's be back at 1, so. And the doodle polls are open, so the studio fill in.
University out of just
Oh, really?
So those who are watching, we're going to start the afternoon session now.
It seems unique, so I think I've seen this somewhere. Okay.
You know what? I'm sure
Yeah, we're not there yet. Now we're trying to